Hello, welcome to Sewing Street. Lovely to be back with you. We are very, very excited. I've put my blue jumper on today, ready for our Denim Floral launch. I'm so excited. I actually think that this is my favourite Liberty collection that we've launched. I love it. Love it. I'm so excited about it. We've actually got 3 hours dedicated to this amazing collection, which I'll talk about in just a moment. But first, as we are talking about Liberty today, we thought we'd offer you an early bird stocking filler. We're all talking about it at the moment. Christmas prezzies, stocking fillers. Hannah was telling me that they're now called stocking stuffers. And I just can't get my head around that. She's like, it's a stocking stuffer. I'm like, no, it's a stocking filler. It's not a thing. We're not making that a thing. Anyway, these are beautiful little Liberty snips. And we're going to do them as an amazing early bird special. I love the pouch that they come in. Go on, Ben. Oh, okay. I can't actually even say that on air. But I wish you could see the price point and the screens in the gallery, because this is going way too low. If you would love a really beautiful pair of snips, you always need some embroidery snips, don't you? The side of your sewing machines, taking off your ends of your threads. Genuinely, I wish you could see how low that is. To be able to get these under £10 today is amazing. And they are, look, Liberty. Gorgeous little Liberty fabrics within those snips. Okay, Ben is basically saying there is nothing in it for us. This is all about you. Suzie Duncan is in the house for 3 hours this morning. We are so excited for all the inspiration. But I know Suzie is kind of our Liberty representative, aren't you? Should we say hello to Suzie? Good morning. You're looking lovely.
Thank you very much.
These are beautiful, aren't they? It's nice to have little.
Yeah.
When I was saying everybody needs a really good pair of little snips, then
Absolutely.
These are.
Yeah, and because they've got that lovely little cover, you can keep them in your handbag or your tote bags, or even in the glove box of your car. Because how many times do you arrive somewhere and you think, oh, my hem's come down, I need to snip this, or I've got a thread hanging. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely perfect.
Or anyone who does really EPP good. On the move as
absolutely, yeah. So that's where mine come in handy.
Yeah, it is good that they already have the little pouch as well, and it is Liberty fabric as well. There are loads of you coming through for these. £9.99. Levi, could you come and refresh my computer screen, please? Under £10 for your Sewing Street exclusive Liberty scissor pouch and lovely embroidery snips, and they are really lovely and sharp, right to the point as well. They've got a nice detail, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got really pretty engraving on the side of them.
Yeah.
But they're a nice size to handle as well. If you're a cross stitcher, a embroiderer, they're absolutely perfect. But just for general, as you say, thread snipping when you need it, they're a really lovely pair. Safe to have around. I mean, I balance my scissors on the side of the sofa when I'm hand sewing in the lounge, but I could put them in the pouch and not risk stabbing myself, which is really handy. But that pouch is actually big enough, not just for the scissors. You could just wrap thread round a card piece and put it in with a needle. So you've got a travel sewing kit within there as well, but it's all handily and safely stored. Remember, don't try and take them in your hand luggage though if you're flying.
Oh yes. Check airlines first, but yeah. I'll just put these. But they're great for on the move, aren't they? For all of your workshops and classes, or just to have it to the side of your sewing machine. Now, at that price, we are talking Secret Santa kind of prices. They're talking in the gallery about their Secret Santas and what they're getting for their Secret Santas. These are absolutely beautiful. £9.99, Sewing Street exclusive. We had over 200 of these. We have now got less than 100 pairs remaining. If you want them, please do be quick. £9.99. Everybody who's got those, well done, because that is very, very low. Now, we are going into our Liberty launch, but before we do that, we were talking with Suzie in prep about the tools that we're going to be using throughout the show, and the cushions You can find them on pre-order already. I'll show you how you get there in a moment. But these are absolutely beautiful. And Suzie said, obviously a stripology is going to come in really handy. So we've had a look at what is available in the stripology range because our creative grids have made lots of different stripology sizes. So you've got your XL, you've got your stripology squared, you've got your mini, and you've got your quarters mini. So they're the stripology ones, and they all have different places. They all have different uses. So if you've got the XL, maybe you are looking at getting one of the smaller ones as well. They will work alongside any of your other stripologies. Now, I'm just going to highlight this one because, if I'm honest, those of you that have seen me on air with this, we have done the most ridiculous price on it as a bit of an introductory to stripologies in the past. Anybody who has never bought a stripology before, wanted to entice you. Now, every single time I come on out, I'm really naughty and ask for that certain price to be discounted. And you and I both know that ever since the start of Sewing Street and even further, we do not reduce price on creative grids. The reason that I'm doing this right now is so that it falls underneath the early bird title because we're going to do it. And I don't actually know whether we are able to do this anymore. No. Ben has said, I think this is definitely going to be the last time. So if you want it, it's supposed to be $53.99. Today, $44.99 as an early bird. I will talk about it later at 10 o'clock. We'll mention stripologies throughout the show, but just so you can get the price, that is our sort of, yeah, I shouldn't be saying this out loud. I should say early bird price. There you go. Make the most of it. If you do love any of your stripologies, that's the quarters mini reduced today, and we will talk about this in the 10 o'clock hour. Now, if you do want to get in touch with us this morning, there's so many ways of doing it. You can either send in your messages directly via our email address, which is studio@sewingstreet.com. You can send in your photos there, or you can jump to the website, which is sewingstreet.com, and send in messages on our Watch Live page. So there's the box. Come and say hello to Ben and Suzie, myself. We've got Ollie and Levi here as well. Everything is listed underneath us, including all of these amazing fabrics. You are getting a metre for free in that Liberty bundle. In that Liberty bundle, brand new to us. It's the latest Liberty collection of quilting weight cottons in this beautiful Denim Florals. I love it. Price has been reduced. Your metre saving has been applied for you already, so you can start shopping. If you keep scrolling down, you'll find there are smaller bundles as well with savings. Yep, with savings. The prices have already been applied for you. Don't worry, you've got the prices. £4.50 saving on those smaller bundles. If you keep scrolling down, then you are going to find Suzie's amazing kits with these. I love them. The cushions in front of me are the samples. I must say, it's one of the best patterns I've seen for ages because you have got so much versatility. There are two different patterns in there, and then there are options. Do you want binding around the edge? Do you want pom-poms around the edge? Do you want an envelope back? Do you want piece back? There are so many different options within that instruction set. And since I've been here, we've now launched the option of offering a digital download. Look, in fact, scroll back, Ben, sorry, just literally heartbeat up. It's just above those pom-poms. There. Can you see it's different? It says add to basket if you want to add anything. If you want to buy the instructions as a digital download, just hit purchase once. Just hit it. It will be instantly in your account so you can make along with Suzie in the 9 o'clock hour. You can literally click now and that will be in your account. I love that. No postage and packaging applied if that is all that you buy. If you want it as a physical copy, it's part of those kits that you can see. Hang on, Liberty cushions under £30. What? Man. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Bearing in mind, look, your instructions are £10. That means all the Liberty fabric is under 20. Unbelievable. Right, keep going. All of those are there. And also, if you have spotted the quilt behind Suzie, this has been commissioned, especially by Liberty, exclusively for us at Sewing Street. Nobody else has got this quilt kit. It is amazing. That is honestly one of our favourite Liberty quilts. I love that. The quilting is amazing. The fabrics are incredible. And that is your prize. You can see it there. Start checking out if you want it. It is already selling. You can't get it anywhere else. How exciting. That is a first for Sewing Street. Liberty commissioned a quilt, especially for us. I love it. It's amazing. 12 o'clock, some Sabido's here. We've got the Christmas crochet jumper. We've got the amazing sunflower crochet cushion. But today, we're talking about the cable vests. We are loving these vests. They are lovely. The pink. Amazing. So they're all on pre-order now. This morning's roster looks a little bit like this. We have got our fabric launch. Bundles, individual fabrics. We've also got smaller bundles with discounts on a brand new collection. Really excited about this at the first hour. And then 9 o'clock, Susie's going to be making these amazing cushions. Love them. 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. 11 o'clock, we've got the quilt behind Suzie. And at 12 o'clock, Sam Sabido will be here with the crochet cable vest as well. Now, Suzie.
I know.
Isn't this gorgeous?
It is a really stunning set, isn't it?
I mean, you're lucky enough to work with Liberty
I am.
frequently.
Yes.
I mean, that in itself is amazing, isn't it? But
Phenomenal.
I know that you in particular
I loved this collection.
It's only human to have favourites and, you know, to like different styles.
It is definitely in my top 5
Love
of
it.
the ones that I've been privileged to launch. It just flows beautifully. The prints are so useful for so many different projects, and the detail is phenomenal, which you expect with Liberty.
Yeah.
But it's just lovely. And for me, the thing that really ticks my box is the concept behind the collection and its historic significance. And as you know, that's the bit I really find fascinating, delving into why they've done it, how they've put it together and where it's all come from.
Okay, so tell us
And
a little bit about
this
the
is
Denim
really
Florals then.
So this whole collection has been really an homage to the collaborative work and development of the Liberty haberdashery side, where Arthur Liberty joined with Thomas Wardle, who was a renowned textile manufacturer of the time.
Okay.
And they, what they did was bring in silks from India, and Thomas Wardle then used his unique dyeing methods to dye these silks. And that's really what kick-started the whole Liberty Emporium go-to house of colour and arts in colour and everything in that 1940s era, 1930s. And it's that collaborative collection that has really been celebrated with this collection, because the indigo dye was the one that really stood out with Thomas Wardle within those designs.
Right.
And this is what they've produced, but they've put those splashes of colour in as well, because Liberty's renowned for, you know, its colour emporium, and it's, when you go to the Liberty store, it is,
so
although
colourful,
you've got that very dark wood surround,
building.
you've got pops of colour everywhere.
Yeah. I do absolutely love this colour combination of the navy blue with the mustard. Now, from a contemporary sort of point of view, this colour in homewares is everywhere at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a timeless colour scheme. I think the mustards and the denim, the shades of denim, as we come to know it now.
Yeah.
And that mustardy gold colour, that really antique-y gold. It's not a bright, vibrant yellow.
No.
It's a very muted,
It's gorgeous.
definitely Victoriana type mustard. But I think it's been really clever that they've then introduced this beautiful soft peach colour as well. Yeah. And done it all with cream, a cream white.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's ivory, and I wouldn't say it's a cream, but it's definitely not a white. But it all just mutes it and really makes the whole thing flow.
It does. You know, normally I would say with a collection of fabrics, you would see almost what they sort of call the hero print or the, you know, a big focal point. Whereas here, your eye is taken on such a journey just looking around these fabrics that there's nothing that outshines another one. They all complement and blend together beautifully, yet they are all individual, very striking prints.
And they could be used at in any position within a design, be it a quilt, a cushion, a bag, whatever. The other thing that from a user's point of view is they're all multi-directional.
Right.
Apart from stripes, obviously you're going to have horizontal or vertical stripes, but
there's no
the print themselves are multi-directional, which means your waste is minimal.
Yes.
It's phenomenal.
I love it, absolutely love it. Now, this is the whole collection. Normally, with the whole collection, we don't see a discount like this. You are getting a whole metre for free. On a 7.5 metre for free, you normally get half a metre for free on a discount show like this. A whole metre for free. This is incredible. And I must say, for anybody who's not experienced Liberty's quilting weight cotton before, tell me about Lazenby cotton, because on the selvage it will tell you that this is Lazenby cotton.
Absolutely. So what they have done in Liberty is when they started to develop quilting weight, craft weight cottons rather than Tana lawns, which you tend to use for dressmaking because it drapes more softly and easily, they developed something called Lazenby cotton. So it was specifically grown. It's a cotton plant that is specifically used for this cotton. It's woven, it's treated, you know, cleaned, woven, spun into the fabric sheets, and then it's screen print applied. The dyes are screen print applied to the design for each of these fabrics. And all of that processing now happens in one factory in Italy near Lake Como. So it is a total in-house. It's exclusive to Liberty as well. You won't find Lazenby cotton within any other manufacturer. And it is a really soft cotton. It's hard wearing, which makes it really ideal for quilting. And I mean, I bag make with Liberty Lazenby cotton because it is a tough cotton. I don't mean tough as in really hard to handle. It's very soft, but I do make it.
But it's a tight weave, isn't it?
It's a very tight weave. It's a neat weave. It's minimal fray. It's just lovely. It responds beautifully to pressing. Right. So I do make garments with it as well. So just because we say it's for quilting doesn't mean you can't use it for garments. But what you won't get is a soft, flowy drape like this, for example. But for shirts, for shift dresses, blouses, it's absolutely perfect.
These stripes, aren't they?
I love them. They're
gorgeous.
Iconic. And you know, you can fussy cut to get either a thin stripe, double stripe, single stripe. It's just brilliant. But within the stripe itself, the detail, even in the tiny one, there's loads of details. I love the little dot element that you see, the berries that pop up throughout the whole collection. You've got tiny dots somewhere.
Yeah, and that's what Liberty is famous for. It's sort of more ditzy prints. In fact, I'm just putting them into sections so you can see the different prints. That is the only one that is singularly this colour, and it does pick up all of those ditzy, all of the colours in the ditzy print. Oh, yes.
Yeah, you've got the two.
There you go, so you've got the blue and that lovely ochre. Now, just so you know, I've got 8 left. This is it, last of stock. There is 26 of you who've got them in your basket. We do have smaller bundles. We've got individuals as well. So if you are thinking for larger projects and garments, this is all cut into half-metre pieces. And we really would love, I mean, it does work so well as a full collection.
I mean, can you imagine
these quilt.
Well, I was going to say a patchwork jacket.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, you could easily wear it with jeans without looking denim.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Double really, denim.
Yeah.
The quilt behind us, this is part of a big kit that has been commissioned by Liberty, and you get the pattern, you get the fabrics in the kit later. Just so you know, there's 6 of these kits left. So if you do want the whole collection, with that saving, there are 29. There's 3 kits left if you want one. 3 of the bundles left. It will be about to sell out. The reason that I'm highlighting the quilt as well is because in a moment, this might be your only way of experience, unless you're buying individual bundles. This will probably be your way of getting it. But it just shows how well in a quilt these different prints work. And I thought it's so clever how these stripes have been fussy cut to give you this big sort of sashing.
Exactly,
look.
that looks like one fabric, doesn't
does.
it? It's been really cleverly sought out, and there's plenty of fabric for you to be able to do that.
Love it.
But as you can see from the
sold out.
fabric itself, it's easy to fussy cut to get that because there's space around it, so you can easily line it up.
Well done.
We've sold it out.
I can't believe, literally, what, we're less than 10 minutes,
10 minutes
talking about
yeah.
this. I'm so pleased that you love it as much as we do, because as soon as we saw this morning,
Yeah.
we both said we love it. We're so lucky to be able to have access to this, because not many people have got the opportunity of working as closely with Liberty as we do.
I live a very privileged
Yeah, you do. Right, shall we do the smaller bundles and then we'll have a look at them all individually. Now, the smaller bundles, should we go with the dark blue first?
So this is your blender bundle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that then.
Okay.
Do you want to do this one? Now, this one's
so
got
I
that
think this
mustard.
we call it the mustard and blues, I think it
Thank
came up
you.
as, Ben.
So, how many prints do I get in
So
this
you've
then?
got 5 in the bundle, so that's a third of the whole collection.
Wow. It's still a lot of fabric, isn't it?
It is, and you've not got any repeats, so you've got one of each of the mainstream, because there are 6 actual iconic prints within the collection, but there's repeats in different colourways, which brings it up to a total of 15. So you've got 5 of the 6 fundamental designs in here, and of the 5, you've got some of the timeless ones. So most of these are from the 1930s originally, which again for me is like, wow, this is a bit of history that I've got in my hands here. But as you having the mustard monochrome against these, because it picks out the mustard detail in the tumbling blooms, it picks out the cream colour in the Posy Haze, which I think is a phenomenally clever fabric, because from a distance it looks very textural.
Yeah, it does.
But when you home in on it close up, so for EPPers or covering buttons inside of cuffs, this would be so good and full of detail. Fabulous. I just love this collection. I love Lily Trail as well.
Yes,
with its
that's one of my favourites.
vine that weaves through with the leaf detail. But then you've got this little spot that you see in all of them occurring. You know, little berries, almost like mistletoe or sloe berries. It's absolutely glorious.
We also have the other ones as well. We'll keep going through because we've got all of them individually as well. Did you say this was called Lily Trail?
This
oh,
is,
look at this one.
So you've got a stylised, lily-shaped flower featuring in here, but there's still detail within the centre of the flower. Tiny, tiny little dots. So again, if you want to fussy cut, put that on top of a button, for example, just on a white shirt or just jacket would look phenomenal, wouldn't
I'm
it?
pleased that you're getting a stripe within these bundles as well, because this is going to be gorgeous as a border.
Absolutely.
Or, like you said, even for people who do EPP, to fussy cut around, you can create almost like kaleidoscope effects with stripes, can't you?
And for binding as well, this would be an amazing one to use. Well, to be fair, any of them would work fabulously for.
Yeah, oh, whether you are a bag maker, whether you do home furnishings, these colours are beautiful. And I just want to show you again, 1/2 metre looks like that. It's quite deceiving when you see folded up, isn't it?
It is, yeah, you don't think you're getting very much, but you've got plenty to do that. I mean, if you want the simplest project ever, just literally make yourself a bag. Just cut off a 2-inch strip for your handles and then zip round the rest of it with a French seam. So wrong sides together first at 1/4 of an inch, turn it through 1/2 an inch, right sides together, and then you'll get a seam that's enclosed, and put your handles on, and you've got a shopping bag. But a Liberty shopping bag.
How much would you pay for a Liberty shopping bag? Bearing in mind, like you said, cushions, bags, I mean, if you walk into Liberty, and let's face it, we love to go to, if you're ever in London and you go to the Liberty store, if you get yourself even a little treat that you purchase that you feel you need to get your souvenir, how much are you going to be paying if you choose to get yourself a cushion or a bag? I mean, this is a brilliant bundle for less than £45. Well, it's £40 and 45 pence. We have taken £4.50 off the original price for you so that you can indulge and get yourself these bundles. The big mega bundle is now sold out. So if you want to get yourself your own mega bundle, pick and mix a couple of these and you're going to make great savings.
Absolutely, yeah. And you can then coordinate it to your colour scheme, because the two we've already had, the blues and mustards and the powder blue one that's on now, cover all of the denim hues, the indigo hues, as well as that mustard, but haven't got the blush. If you want the blush with the blues, then you mix and match the next one with our blue bundle. But you'll get the timeless print of the collection in whichever bundle you choose.
And I like the fact with your Liberty, you can use it with your other Liberty fabric collections as well.
So all of your heirlooms will go with this. You can bring in all of your timeless editions, your Wiltshire Shadows, your Lazenby silhouettes, your Emily Bells, they'll all coordinate. And we've put together bundles that Liberty have recommended for those, for this collection of those, as well as, we've searched for some plains to back it with as well if you wanted to. But yeah, it's just such fun. And I love, it's the detail in the print that we are so used to seeing with Liberty, but I think it's exceptional in this collection. It's an amazing.
Oh, it is. It's one of our favourites. Are they able to put any more mega bundles together then, or? We've asked the question just because there's so many people that had that mega bundle in basket. Your alternative, as I said, is to get these individual bundles. We wanted to give everybody, different price opportunities to be able to get themselves this collection. Now, this is the other. Is this the only other bundle that we have?
this is the only other. So what we've done is...
So are these all of the fabrics if you buy all three?
Yeah, so if you buy all three, you will have the entire collection.
Right.
We've just subdivided the 15 into 3 bundles of 5.
Okay.
So with this one, we've focused on the blush peachy colours.
Yeah, I don't want to use the word pink actually, because I know we're not a pink. If you're not a pink person, I don't want you to be put off by that, because you're right. It's more salmon peach.
It is. It's a definite nod towards a peach pink rather than a baby pink, if you like. So it's a very warm colour. Very difficult to colour match, I have to be honest, because of that. Yeah. It's such a Liberty pink. It's not one that you can find in a lot of places, but it really gives warmth to the collection as well, and almost makes, I think, it's sort of early spring morning colours. Yes. As opposed to the mustard variation. If I just bring this one across, these two, for example, this to me is like evening cool, and this is spring morning. Yeah. It looks completely different, doesn't it? But the only difference is that where you've got this cream, you've got a pale pink, flesh colour almost, and you've got a much more indigo denim in the blues on this one to go along the peach vein, where these are cooler blues. These are your grey blues, almost like an Air Forcey blue. Yeah, and the background colour is actually still the same, isn't it? It's this tealy so different tone. It's really lovely. Yep. This one, by the way, is flying out. If you love this bundle, you're making a £4.50 saving, and you're getting yourself 2.5 metres of fabric. 2.5 metres of fabric will go a very, very, very long way. If you think that you've got 10 fat quarters here, essentially, if you think of how much you make with a fat quarter, and if you are pulling in different colours from your stash, maybe it isn't going to be one of the pinks that you've got in your stash, maybe it is going to be more the indigo blues, or maybe it is the ivory tones or the mustards that you can pull in. This is gorgeous. £40, 45 pence, 2.5 metres. That is a lot of fabric. This one has been the most popular of the smaller bundles. There's lots of you there. And I do think, actually, maybe you have got your Christmas decks up, you've done all your Christmas makes, and you're now almost preempting that
Right, when it comes to January and I'm doing my spring clean, I'm going to want some lovely new cushions.
You want
or a
something
nice,
bright and cheerful, because we've gone very dismal, haven't we?
Yeah, oh, I know.
I know we've all got, well, yeah, a lot of us have got Christmas decorations up.
It's just the weather, though, the last few days has been horrific.
Tell me, it's just horrendous, yeah.
I know.
But
Please
we're all
stay
wearing-
safe in the warm with us this morning if you can.
Yeah, if you've got
Still
power.
horrible.
I can't believe how many people have still lost power. That's just horrific.
Oh.
But yeah, we need brightness. We need to know that those dark nights are disappearing.
Yeah.
And there is colour in the world.
Yeah.
Because why does everything go black in the darkest months? You know,
I know.
coats are all black.
Yeah.
Everyone's walking around wearing black. And
We
you just
need-
think, wear colour.
We need lovely
yeah.
bright colours. I mean, this is just gorgeous.
It is cool.
£40, 45p, loads of you there. 4.5 metres. I don't know who decided winter clothes have to be dark.
I don't. It makes 0 sense.
Yeah.
You drive along and you can't see pedestrians because they're all in black. It's just insane. Sorry, I'm not going to rant anymore. But what I will say is, if you get any of these bundles with the stripe, if you just pick up one of the fabrics and cut yourself a ribbon of the stripe, turn the edges of the stripe in on themselves, wrong sides together by 1/4 of an inch. You can then hand stitch or machine stitch it just as a band straight across. Just cut a square of the fabric, one fabric, put a ribbon band on it, and it looks like an amazing art piece as well as a fabulous cushion.
Once these have gone, by the way, we are always evolving, we're moving on. Liberty are developing new collections. So if you love this, please get it. I know they bring back certain designs and different, but if you love this collection, this is, once they're gone from our
absolutely, it's hard to reorder.
Our warehouse,
they've moved on.
Yeah, and we're not the only people that want Liberty collections, are we?
Yeah.
Oh, we have a note from Liberty. It says here, celebrating the enduring legacy of Liberty's craftsmanship and artistry, Denim Florals presents a captivating array of floral prints inspired by the design house's rich heritage and indigo dye collections. The Denim Floral series resonates with the remarkable collection of Liberty's visionary founder, Arthur Liberty. This is what Suzie was telling us about, the British textile manufacturer. Thomas Wardle, renowned for his innovative approach to natural silk dyeing and printing technique, Wardle played a pivotal role in the vibrant history of iconic Liberty store. We will have a look through all... Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this is the stripes. I think we should actually start with the stripes because we are going to do these individually. They are absolutely amazing. What's the stripe? Is this called the topiary stripe?
This is topiary stripe, yes. So it's all of your foliage and your flowers. Literally, you know those big garlands? I mean, we've all got Christmas garlands going on at the moment, but at May Day and things like that, you have these big flower garlands everywhere. And this is where this came from. So it's from a 1939 original textile fabric from Liberty that's been redesigned for this collection into this almost formal garland stripe. So instead of being in swags, they are in straight lines, which enables you to use them for borders, for binding, for fussy cutting to create a faux ribbon effect. You can do some amazing, but you can have horizontal, full length, or you can go across grain, selvage to selvage, and have a stripy effect, which looks stunning as a binding, or a fancy border as well. So I love this collection. Sometimes stripes we get very put off with because we think, oh no, I've got to use it this way. But actually, forget that. You can turn it and just use a cross grain. So you get mini stripes almost. But the detail is there as well. You've still got the dots, the little the stamen details in the flowers as well. You've got the 3 different colours appearing in whichever of the colourways you choose. There are 3 tones, so it's not just a monochrome. It's got detail, which gives it depth, it gives it almost a textural effect. You can almost see in this big garland that layering effect that you get with garlands, you know, where the leaves are underlying and you've got your... Yeah, it's very cleverly put together. But each of the garland shapes, if you call them the garlands, are different. So you've got one that's heavily floral and one that's mainly foliage with ditzy little flowers in it. So you've got different detail again that you could utilise. But yeah, fabulous print.
Just so you know what's going on behind the scenes, by the way, we are working on doing everything in almost to get you as many mega bundles as we can back in stock. If we can, we will. But underneath us on the web, Ben is running through all of these individually, so you'll be able to find them. So this one, they've all put through individually now. So if you can find them, I will show you if you want. They're all underneath us. We've got 2 complementing bundles. We've done all the spring ones, haven't we? Did we do the spring?
We've done...
Yeah, we've done the 3.
We've done the 3 for Denim Florals. We've just got the complementary bundles.
Okay, which was the one that you haven't run through, Ben? No, we were looking at this one.
Yeah.
Which one was it that you... We've done the rose. Have you run the rose one, Ben? I think he's missed one. Which one haven't you gone through? Sorry.
Powder blue we did. Blues and mustard we did as well at the beginning.
Powder blue.
That's that one.
Right, just so that your graphics are clear, is this one. So the powder blue was this one.
It was. So you've got the topiary stripe is in that neutrals colour, that sort of biscuit, shortbreads, I call it.
Oh, I love
Shades
that.
of shortbread.
Yes. That, I can relate to.
Gingerbread, shortbread and oatmeal.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah.
£45.45, and that is the smaller bundles of 2, I say smaller bundles, 2.5 metres is still an awful lot of fabric, and you're getting 5 of those main feature prints. There's only 6 feature prints in the whole of the collection, and you're getting 5 of them within here. There's no repeats in there. They're all different, and they've offered you also within these smaller bundles great different scales of print for you to still to be able to do some really interesting piecing with, or if you're making bags, or like Susie said, even if you're taking this fabric and you're going to add this to any of your other collections or other solids, just adding a stripe, a border, a strap on a bag, you are turning it into that bag that features Liberty iconic fabric.
Yeah, plaque it on the jacket, anything like that. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll always remember when Rebecca Reed came in a lovely cardigan, and I said, I love that. And she said, oh, it's literally just, you know, a cardigan I've had for ages, and I've changed the placket and covered the buttons, and it was a Liberty cardigan all of a sudden. It was amazing.
It does, and it doesn't take long. Self-covering buttons are the most useful thing in a haberdashery drawer, because you can instantly change an outfit / jacket to look completely different, and yet you've worn it hundreds of times. It's very good.
Well done, everybody who's managed to get some of the smaller bundles. Sorry about the confusion there, but can I now show you individually? So underneath us on the website, you will be able to find all of these. So we were talking about that stripe. Oh, we can't bring the graphics live individually. Oh, let's do the complimentary bundles. Sorry, Ben. You tell me what to do. Right, they're doing lots of things upstairs so that we can get more mega bundles. I'm going to tell you, it's a bit of a nightmare, but they sold so rapidly quick, so bear with us. But if you want a complimentary, these aren't in the mega bundle, are they? No. So we haven't put these.
Well, we have, but we've also, these were suggestions from Liberty as well to come alongside. And this one was actually used within the quilt kit.
Right,
so
yes.
This is what we've used within the quilt kit. So you've got 2 Emily Bells, a Wiltshire Shadow and a laser piece silhouette.
This is a lovely ombre, isn't it?
It's a gorgeous, if you're into blues,
that's a must.
A stunning collection, yeah.
Wiltshire Shadow is without a shadow of a doubt.
A shadow of a doubt.
One of my favourite prints for Liberty. It is so iconic, and it's a really deep, rich blue. So this is going to go really well with all of those amazing indigo colours within as well.
Yeah.
Right, now the price is $33.99, and you're getting 2 metres of fabric, which is 4.5 metres. So you get the Wiltshire Shadow. You're also getting Emily Bell.
You are.
York what's this one called?
York fern.
York fern.
Yeah.
That's your
So
York
that's
fern.
your twilight York fern.
Oh, that is lovely as well, isn't it?
Yeah, all of the, I can't, with the timeless editions, there are no favourites. I just love them all.
Yeah.
And every time I look at one, I see another bit of detail I haven't seen before. So there's a tiny little lily flower in there that I've never seen before, that I've just noticed.
Yeah.
I thought, wow, where's that come from? And I've not seen. But it's the fact that, again, they are multi-directional. You can use them every last scrap.
Yeah.
But the colour tones and hues will complement this and match this absolutely spot on. So you haven't got that worry taken away, but it means your iconic collection fabrics will spread further through your design. So you can make a bigger quilt because you've added in these.
Yeah.
And stretch the collection fabrics to feature more heavily.
If you did get that main mega bundle at the start of the show, add this into your order and it will make it, like you say,
absolutely, yeah,
go even further.
You'll be, yeah, I mean, the timeless editions are always useful to have in your stash. I mean, for me, Emily Bell, I've never understood how this became a timeless edition, because to me, this is a collection in itself. It's a stunning, stunning fabric. The detail within a square inch of this fabric is phenomenal, with its etched detail of all the flowers and the foliage. And I love this one, which is like the monochrome tone on tone.
I would never use like a solid cream ever again if I had this one in the stash, because this one...
I have got a bolt of this. That I covet. I will use very sparingly because I absolutely adore this fabric.
It is gorgeous.
It is really gorgeous. I mean, if you're into embroidery and you want a little project to sit over the festive period while you're watching all the festive TV, put a embroidery hoop over the top and just cut round, bigger, and then sit with your favourite colour embroidery threads and embroider the flower detail.
Such a gorgeous idea.
And then just back it with a piece of felt, and you've got an instant piece of artwork that reflects the phenomenal detail and beauty of these fabrics.
This is gorgeous. $33.99, and these are your timeless, iconic Liberty prints that had been advised to go with that Denim Floral. So even though it says here on your graphics the Denim Florals, this is not part of the Denim Florals mega bundle. This is not part of the Denim Florals collection, but you can see they literally work so well.
We bring in either side of it. So this is the blues and mustard one. This one,
they work really well.
Is that one goes over there?
Sorry,
that one comes over here. So you've got your powder blue one. I'll bring that one down the side here, and then you've got your blush one.
And they all work so beautiful.
They all come together with the blues so well.
There's the lovely pinks. So if you imagine this collection, this is your main graphic at the moment, $33.99, and then whichever smaller bundles you choose.
Really well, yeah. So you can showcase by using the darker tones, you'll showcase your fabrics. They'll really pop out. Using the lighter tones, it'll work as a background. Again, it will showcase, but it'll really stand out against it. You can see that from the detail in this quilt. They've cleverly used the neutral timeless editions to give that arrow detail and to give us a border in the squares. So you can...
It wouldn't have looked the same if they used a solid, though.
No, it wouldn't. No, you need that hidden depth of, and it just gives it extra layers, especially for quilt making. Because remember, quilts tend to lie flat on a bed or over your lap, don't they? So to add detail and depth into a fabric design is a really clever way of giving a quilt its final textural look.
And again, with all of those, they don't have directional prints.
No, they don't. They're
this will sell out. This complementing bundle will sell out. There are so many in baskets. If you've got it in there, go for it. Now, woohoo, thank you, team upstairs.
Have they found some?
Thank you. They've done it. yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, we've had to do some jiggery pokery, which means it's really, really limited if you want any of them individually. We have literally managed to make an extra 20. That is it. And we had hundreds of people coming through for it. This is the whole mega bundle. Are you still getting a meter for free? Yeah, we've managed. We've honoured it.
So we've repeated.
We've honoured it. Right, just
I think
start
what
checking
they've
out.
done is raided my car boot. Taken everything off me.
They were not happy with Ben for asking because it means that they've had to literally reorganise codes from all. We wanted to offer people like dressmakers, like you said, the opportunity of getting these by the half metre, but I think that they've realised that the price is so crazy low because we've taken a whole metre off. You've got nearly £20 off, haven't you? And you've got me saying on air, oh, Ben, can you ask upstairs if we can do more? And they are hating me on a Monday morning. It's not even 8 a.m. on a Monday morning.
At least it's you this time, not me.
Oh, my gosh. Just to remind you, all of these amazing prints today, £116.87. It is also on split pay. If this could be your 2025 Liberty stash.
Absolutely.
I mean, even if you're just dipping your toe, like you said, there's certain Liberty fabrics that you've got that you use really sparingly. We're talking about using this as, you know, a quilt or big projects, but also just make lovely little gifts for people.
You can, absolutely. But I also, looking at this collection, for me, when you said it's 2025, yes, it is 2025 because you've got all seasons here. You have winter tones because you've got your icy blues. You've got spring tones with your pinks. And if you make it, you know, feature on the blush, that takes it into summer if you introduce a bit of the mustard as well. And then you're going into autumn with your mustardy tones and back to your icy blues for the winter. So these you could make your spring, summer, autumn, winter cushions.
Oh, wow, yes.
Your little bowls to go on the tables for your bits and pieces, or a key tray by the front door. You could make placemats that will do all year round. If you make them reversible, you could have spring, summer, autumn, winter, and then half the work's done for you. So this collection, this is why I love this collection, because I can see it being used all year round for everything.
And it's almost, I don't want to say it's, when I'm talking floral and ditzy prints, I think instantly very girly.
Yeah.
And this isn't.
No, it isn't at all.
When I looked at your cushions earlier, which by the way, I'm just going to grab because coming up in less than 10 minutes, we're going to be launching this pattern and it's going to be absolutely amazing. I'm so pleased you love this collection as much as we do, because actually in my bedroom, like, it's not going to be overly girly, do you know what I mean? I imagine loads of people at home really enjoy this, even the gents in your life, if you're gifting something or putting something in a bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, I know more men that garden than women anyway, but flowers aren't just for ladies, are they?
No.
But the blue tones in this give a really neutral ability for decor and home. And it's really soothing and restful. Yeah, and if you're by the sea, they even look coastal as well. Yeah, because they've got those sea colours within them. I mean,
we're presuming everybody is putting them all together.
No, but
individually. Not one outshines the other, but they are all hero prints in their own right.
Absolutely.
You're taking prints that are historical. Yeah. I mean, lots of these designed in the 1930s.
I know, it's phenomenal, isn't it?
Really
I just find it fascinating. You know,
and yet still so on trend in 2025, 2024. It's amazing.
It does show how we utilise nature to inspire our art and fabric work, because all of this is natural elements that have been drawn originally or for the collection, being brought to life in these different colour hues. It's just an amazing collection.
This is the very last time you'll see this mega bundle, by the way. The very last time. And there are 6 remaining. We've got how many in baskets, Ben? 29.
Oops.
In baskets. 27 in baskets. If you want one, even if we have more, then we can't do it, because we also We've got obviously our bundles that are already cut, ready to go for the cushions. We've got the quilt kit. There is so much fabric that we are allocated at Sewing Street, so we cannot do any more, even if we wanted to. So this is an absolute steal of a price today, a 7.5 metre bundle, and you're getting a whole metre. You're getting 2 of those stripes for free. This has never been on air before. It is Liberty's latest collection, isn't it?
It's the latest collection. It's the last one for 2025.
Oh, and I think it's actually my favourite. I said at the start, and I'm going to call it. I just love the mixture between these indigo blues, the mustards are so in.
Yeah.
I mean, you actually came in with your mustard cardigan today.
Yes.
Might make an appearance later. Can I ask?
It might if the heating doesn't come on in this studio because my hands are slowly dying.
There you go. I'll warm you up. Cold hands, warmed heart. Yeah. It was actually warmer than it was yesterday. Yesterday it was freezing out yesterday. Can I just ask, sorry, there was a question on screen. Can I ask, the cushion pads, what size are the cushion pads?
So these are if I remember rightly, it's a 40 by 60 cushion pad. They're readily available online size, but they're just a different size of pillow instead of doing a square. And they're really good if you want dress pillows for your bedding. Yeah. They look really good because they're slightly smaller than a standard head pillow, but they look good against a headboard.
They look. This is the shape that I have. You know, if you've got your pillows, you prop your pillows up and then you put those on with your bedspread. They look amazing.
They're also useful if you have got back problems, and settees are not designed for people. Definitely not designed for people. You always need back support. Having one this shape is far better than a square because it allows you to either put it horizontally along the small of your back or vertically up your spine, so it keeps you upright. So I like to have quite a few of these at home, this size, and I thought, actually, I've never brought one to wear, so why don't I do that?
We're really excited about this. Can you tell? Coming up in less than 10 minutes. This mega bundle is about to sell out for the second time already today. Bearing in mind, we literally have launched this at 8 o'clock this morning. If you're watching on a replay, I've got a feeling you will have missed this, but please, 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 have a go. See what is available. You never, ever know. There are now 3 left to be allocated and 28 of you who have got it in your basket. We also have a solid complimentary bundle. That will be literally about to go any second now. Now, this complimentary bundle, like you said, it's actually very, very difficult for us to pair solids.
It is.
But even if you're just using, even if you're just using snippets of it, or for binding, or just to make it go even further, even if you're using it away from this is a lovely colour palette, isn't it?
But when you're doing your half square triangles, it's nice to have a solid or a blender as half of the half square triangle, because it makes the feature fabric really stand out, and then you can start to be really clever with how you lay out your half square triangles to create different designs. But if you have two feature fabrics together, it gets a bit busy and you lose the design within it. So having planes or blenders really makes a big difference. And these are blender colours that you're going to use time and time again, even if you use them just as backing for pillows, or piece them just as, well, just for practice if you want to, would be phenomenal. Yeah. But they do colour work really well with the collection. And make
these two together look nice, don't they?
And even bring in this one. I mean, I think this with this,
I love those two together.
Is just phenomenal.
So you can start to see that it really makes those Liberties sing. As I said, as a full collection, not one outshines the other. But then when you do isolate them and put them with a solid, this instantly becomes your hero print, your focal print.
If you made a little girl's dress with this classic Posy Hayes ditzy print, and then put some of this as an edging to it, it would just look so sweet, wouldn't it? Yeah, I love these two together as well.
Gorgeous.
I think Lily Trail is one of the most beautifully designed fabrics that I've seen. It's really
Oh, we
pretty.
love them, we love them. Right,
Yeah, we
your
do.
solid bundles, 2 metres, 100% cotton, Rose and Hubble, and that's £15.96 for all 4 of those. If you just want your collection to go even further, or even, like you said, for cushion backs,
Yeah.
because I know you've been very indulgent on the back of your cushions, you have used all Liberty, but I'd be thinking, oh, I can utilise this
Yeah.
and make it go further, and I'm going to use a solid on the
Yeah.
back. Get that ready. In fact, are these going to be in the next hour as well? No,
I don't think
so.
they
Grab
are.
them now because
But
they're not in the
think
hour.
one of the bundles,
Has
or
got
2
this
of
one.
the bundles have got them in.
Yeah.
I think it's that one and that one, but I can't remember.
Okay.
No, I have
Forget
actually
that bundle whilst
slept
it's there.
since then.
All of the fabrics underneath us are, of course, individually, but can I just let you know that because we've had to do a little bit of jiggery pokery with our bundles, with the fabrics, we are now super limited. So if you are thinking of a dress, a shirt, if you're thinking
It might
of,
have to be a mini dress.
yes, it's cut to order. So this is now the last 5 metres of this one.
Spring flourish in the mustard.
What we're going to do is we're going to go to a break and let you have a look through the web. We will run them all through. They'll all be individual, but just so you know, this is it, literally last of stock. How many of the mega bundles are we going into the break with, Ben? I will tell you. 2. If you want one, check out now. Check out now during the break. Don't go anywhere though, because we are about to launch the brand new pattern and kits for Suzie's gorgeous Liberty Denim Floral.
It's not a choice, you get both.
That's so good.
And you get, well, there's actually 6 variations you can make with the pattern.
I told you, it's literally one of the most versatile patterns, and we'll talk more about it with the designer after the break. So stay where you are. We're looking forward to this. We're working all with this gorgeous collection throughout the morning. So if you've got the bundle, stay tuned for lots of inspiration. The pattern is already selling on pre-order. We are back in just a couple of minutes.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Oh, it's a lovely way to spend a Monday morning, isn't it?
It is.
Indulging in
It is.
liberty.
It is very
No, normally on a Monday morning, it's quite stressful, isn't it? I know
Yeah.
Kieran hates a Monday morning. He actually, like Sunday evening last night, he starts to get really sad that he's like, oh, it's the weekend over. I've got such a busy week at
Yeah.
work. And I know a lot of people, you know, on a Monday morning, and our poor team upstairs just arriving in and we're like, we need more bundles, we need more this, because we're having a lovely time down here. So thank you, team upstairs, for helping us this morning. We've got the most versatile cushion pattern about to launch in the most amazing Liberty kits. Now, there are 4 options. They're all already selling on pre-order. We also then have 2 pattern options, which I'll talk to you about. Now, we're going to start with the navy. Oh, yes. Now, these are full Liberty bundles. Now, there are options that some have solids. Now, if you go to Liberty and buy Liberty cushions, you could be paying, you know, close to £200 for a cushion, couldn't you? Today, less than £30, you can make your own amazing Liberty cushion. Now, you've got options with the shifting barcode cushion. You've got this option, you have got this option. You have got binding, you have got pom-pom option.
Yep.
Talk me through the different variations,
So you
Suzie.
can do a double-sided cushion. So you do both designs, one side, one on one side, one on the other. So you can
Right.
flip your cushion round.
With one kit, with all
one
fabric?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep. You can do a double-sided cushion and add a pom-pom trim. You can do a double-sided cushion with a bound edge. You can do two single-sided like I have, and add either a bound edge and an envelope back, or add your pom-pom trims. You will need to add a little bit of extra fabric to your envelope back if you're doing two singles. So I've just added an extra piece of plain in the middle there. I say plain, it's Wiltshire Shadow, but it's you know, an extra piece just to give it, because they are big pillows. But if you don't want to make them this size, you can still use the concept, but just only do half of the printing, half of the piecing together, and make them into square cushions if you want to, because they do make a standard square cushion. But what I wanted to give you is the instructions to do envelope backs, to do binding, to do pom-pom trims, and give you that flexibility. I love a double-sided cushion, but not everybody does.
But again, I mean, you're getting so much Liberty fabric within here. If you don't want to do double-sided, if you want to do the front, does that mean that I could make two fronts?
Yes, you've got enough fabric in here to do both fronts. And
Use
then
your own for the back.
you've still got enough to do most of the backing for both of them. There's just, I think I worked out you were like 5 inches by 21 inches short to complete the backing for both.
Okay.
But you've got enough.
I mean, that is amazing, isn't it? Imagine these on a bed. I mean, they look gorgeous. There's less than 10. There's 8 of these kits remaining. We are at $29.99. There are 7 now remaining. 5 Liberty Fat Quarters. This is your full Liberty cushion. We've got a couple that have got solids in there as well. But if you want 5 Liberty Fat Quarters and your pattern, I mean, how good is that? Bearing in mind your pattern alone is £10. You're getting all of these Liberty brand new fabrics. Soon going to be, as I said, the first hour was so popular. So this collection is soon going to be gone. I mean, completely gone. These have already been cut, ready to go. There are 4 kits remaining in this colourway, and 27 of you have got this in your basket. You've got your instructions, and honestly, it is a full guide to both of those cushions, and whether you decide to do a binding, whether you want to do a pom-pom trim, whether you want to do double-sided, whether you want to do 2 single-sided cushions, which if you've got a double bed or a larger bed and you're thinking, right, I want to put my pillows up normally and then these in front, it was going to look amazing. The size of the cushions are 15 by 24 inches.
Yeah.
Completely beginner friendly?
Absolutely, yeah, because it's all straight line sewing, and I think there's only one seam to match.
You've done some really lovely quilting on this one. I think this is my favourite. I love the pom-poms, but I love the quilting that you've done as well.
Yeah, I was really pleased with that. I wanted to go against the stripes, so I didn't want to shadow quilt along the seam edges. I decided I wanted to really make an interesting depth to it. So did just a cross hatch at 2-inch intervals.
And then look, the reverse of it is beautiful as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's with my quilts as well. I love to make them double-sided because then it adds interest, whatever you do with it.
Okay, we have got another full Liberty kit. Now, this one, 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'm just checking. 5 Liberty Fat Quarters. This is the one that this one is made out of, I believe, isn't it? So if you love, you've got that lovely stripe. You've got the lilies. What's this one called again?
That's Trailing Lily.
Trailing Lily.
Or Lily Trail, sorry.
Lily Trail.
Yeah.
This beautiful, oh, that was one of my favourites.
Rosy Haze.
Rosy Haze. The mustard. And then one of the iconics.
The York Ferns, yeah.
York Ferns, which is one of the most popular Liberty iconic prints, was not in the Denim Florals, but look at how well it works together. Just so you know, there's only 13 of these left as well. Oh my word. It is going wild in the aisles. I knew it would. Isn't it the most stunning collection? And as I said earlier, it's not girly, bright. I love Liberty, and quite often when you do walk into the Liberty store, you see lots of very bright colours, which I know for home decor isn't to everybody's taste. These are going to look amazing. Spare bedroom, master bedroom, on a sofa, super comfortable, washable as well.
Yeah, and because it's all cotton, you know you can get away with washing it. If you are putting pom-poms on, just be a bit careful.
Yeah.
But you don't have to put the pom-poms on. I just did that because it's...
Gives you another option.
Yeah, it's another textural feature on a cushion. But you could just do like the bound edge, which gives you that piping effect.
Are they going on your bed, or are they going in the...
These will actually get stored in the loft as samples.
Oh no! They're going in your conservatory.
My original...
I'll have them, Suzie. I'll look after them.
Yeah. My prototype is on our spare bedroom, unless my grandson comes around, and then I have to switch it out for the dinosaur ones.
These are so comfortable as well to
really
have. If you work in an office, a home office, and you want to make sure you are supporting your lower back, or even sitting watching the sofa, we said earlier on, quite often, sofas just aren't very comfortable.
No, I hate sofas. I get nagged at home because I won't sit down, and it's because if I sit for too long on a sofa, I actually can't get up because my back goes, everything goes. And I have about 3 cushions stuck behind me. Either the triangle one that I did a couple of years ago here, or these tall, thin ones, because they are perfect for back support.
I can't remember the last time I saw a pattern that was this shape as well. No. It's not a bolster cushion, but it's still, you know, it's one of those. It gives different
like
dimensions.
An Oxford style, one, so it's longer and thin. Yeah.
Normally, by the way, we come back to a roundup halfway through. At the end of the show, we give you options. Those 2 kits sold out. If you want the ones with solids, these are actually priced so low. This was the one that I said goes really well.
No, that's the one I'm going to demo. So.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh no, the 6 left, $27.99. It has been very busy. We love this collection as much as you. It is just gorgeous. Now this one also features Emily Bell.
Yeah, so you've got 4 Liberties. You've got 3 from the Denim Floral collection. You've got your topiary stripe, the spring blooms, and can't remember what that one's called. I'll think of it in a minute. And then you've got your Emily Bell, the blue, and you've got a Rose and Hubble plain in this one, in that really rich caramel
Yes.
colour, which is gorgeous. So this, I would say, is your autumnal tone set. So if you are doing what we said in the previous show and making a set to go through the year, this would be my autumnal set.
Oh, I love those colours. They are so warm, so rich. There's 6 of these kits remaining. And you are getting your pattern included as well in that price, which is crazy. Remember, your pattern alone is $9.99. There's 2 options of the pattern available, a printed pattern or your PDF. Is the first show I've done where we're offering PDF patterns. I know that it's something we introduced a few weeks ago, and it's been proven really popular. This one, you do get a physical copy of the pattern sent to you, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
$27.99, amazing price. And to say that you're getting 4 Liberty fat quarters as well, and your solid. Now, both of the Liberty options completely sold out. This is still mainly Liberty. I mean, you could just do your binding with the solid if you wanted, and do all of your patchwork. What combination are you going to be doing in the demo?
I'm going to show not the stripe one, I'm going to do this abstract one, because it's important you piece the pieces in a certain order, so I wanted to just show how that comes together. With the stripe one, although I've given you specific measurements to create the cushion top, I've also said in the pattern you can mix and match the row orders, you can mix and match the pieces. As long as the overall size becomes the same, you'll achieve the cushion that you set out for. Mine is just a beginner's sort of guide to putting it together, but you can shuffle it about as much as you like. And remember, you can change your pattern, the fabric order as well.
Oh yeah, because you get exactly the same amount of each of the fabrics, don't you?
I chose which fabric was which in my cutting, but you don't have to use the ones I used, you can use your own. I just wanted to make a feature of the stripe when it was available to give it that iconic stripe look, because I just think it's an amazing design.
Yeah, I love the design. We'll talk more about the pattern and the design and how versatile that is going to be for your stash. This is your final Liberty option within your kit, and the final kit that we have, you've got your instructions included, printed instructions. You're then getting this beautiful, we were saying it's not really a pink, it's more of a peach, a salmon, a warm, beautiful shade. And then you're also getting the trailing lilies.
Yep. Lily Trail.
Lily Trail, sorry. This one I love.
Bloom,
this
that one.
powder blue.
Yeah.
In fact, this is one of the main feature fabrics in that spectacular quilt behind you, isn't it?
It's the centre of 5 of the blocks, as well as the snowballed sashing cornerstones. It's just...
This is tumbling blooms, isn't it?
Is, yeah.
Inspired by the foliage and flowers of the 1930s archive Liberty fabric. Brimming with dancing sprigs, playful scattered across the fabric, the multi-directional print and defined silhouettes and pops of colour. It also allows a large proportion. So yeah, if you are going to do a larger print, a larger block with this, that's a good one to use.
Yeah, because you've got that large space of background colour, so you've still got the iconic details, but it sort of spreads it out a bit further. But if you're doing small scale, on the other hand, so you're doing English paper piecing, it's even better because you can fussy cut.
Gorgeous, yeah.
Which I love.
Pattern time! Are you ready? 2 ways to get the pattern. We've got the printed physical version. If you want this brand new pattern, fill your boots, go for it, check out now. I think this is one of the most versatile patterns that we've offered in a cushion. For one, you've got a really unusual size, a shape that we very, very rarely see. You normally see, you know, your 12-inch, your 16-inch or your 18-inch cushion. This is 24 by 15. And we're still going to be able to get a cushion inner suitable for it, or you stuffed it with?
No, I mean, this is how it came about. I just ordered a couple online.
Yeah.
They arrived and thought, oh, I better design something to fill it with now.
Nice.
So, yeah, they're very readily available. And interestingly, I had loads of them around the house and had never done a design for one, so I wasn't quite sure how they came about around the house.
Yeah.
And I'd not brought them, but I think they're a lovely shape and a lovely size and unusual. So if you're looking for an unusual gift for somebody, these are really good.
I think this would be a nice scrappy cushion, actually.
It would,
Let's think outside the box and outside of Liberty for a moment, because I know we've been talking about Denim Floral launch, so it's difficult to, like, you know, forget that for a moment. But I'm now thinking a scrappy version, great for your scrap bags, brilliant for anyone who's got stripology, brilliant for anyone who works with, you know, jelly rolls or pre-cuts. Fat quarter friendly, as we know, but also how amazing are these going to be seasonally? Change them up, put them on your bed, great gifts for people.
Yeah, I mean, they'd be really good as like a memory cushion to pack somebody off to university, or new home ones, where you've got fabrics in there that will remind them of home, or their favourite T-shirt, or their favourite bedding that's now completely had it, but you can save scraps from. So it is a scrap buster as well.
Yeah, if you have got that quilt or draped over your sofa and a couple of these cushions, oh my word.
How decadent.
To have that quilt and the set of cushions, that is the ultimate, isn't it? The pattern, again, incredibly versatile, 6 different kind of variations with this. And you're going to learn so many different techniques through that as well. So you're not just investing in a pattern for a cushion. I mean, you're going to be learning binding with this. You're going to be learning, you know, you've got the pom-pom option, you've got the envelope back option, you've got the reversible double-sided cushions.
Yeah, exactly. How to do a bagged out version versus a wrong sides together and bind it version. So it's a good one. If you want to practice your quilting techniques, a cushion is a great way to do it, because you've got a smaller area to cover. It's not you're not fighting gravity with the weight of anything.
That's so
but
true.
You've got a really nice way of practicing for, adding features in the home very easily. Great gifts. I think a cushion makes a great gift.
Yeah, and you're
Everybody
doing
loves a
here, look,
cushion.
you've got echo quilting on this one, a crosshatch on the other. You could do free motion. You could add different applique elements to it.
Work with it. You could follow the design. You could add in embroidery if you wanted to as well, into some of the floral elements.
This is such a lovely cushion for anybody that you know. You're talking about gifts to people. Anybody that you know that is having a baby in 2025. I've heard of quite a few people who are pregnant at the moment. This would be such a good gift because while you're pregnant, like you said, the sofa is so uncomfortable.
Not good, is it?
Make them one of these. But then also like a nursing cushion. You always need a cushion to prop your arm up or to put behind you when you're feeding the baby. This would be such a brilliant gift. I've called it. If you do want to make a lovely cushion.
Because it's longer, it's ideal to lay the baby on as you're feeding and take, make them comfortable and warm as well as you.
Maisie is obsessed at the moment of coming into our bed, and she said to me, "Mummy, but your pillows are so comfy. I'm going to make one of these and say, look, you've got a lovely, fancy cushion now yourself for your own bed. It's slightly smaller than like the pillows that we would have in our bed, but for a little person, for 3 or 4 year olds, sleepovers and all sorts, this is a lovely idea."
And what you could do is, if you make them envelope backed, there's no hard zips or buttons for them to hurt their head on, but also they can slip their pyjamas or their favourite book inside as well. So it doubles as they get used to putting their pyjamas folded or at least stuffed into something.
They are gorgeous, really gorgeous. Making to sell as well. Do you have an angel policy with your patterns?
As long as you're not selling the pattern, you're selling the goods you've made, I'm more than happy for you to do that. But yeah, if anyone asks, just give me the credit for the design, that's all.
Because wouldn't these look lovely? I'm thinking anybody
They'd
who's
be
making to sell,
eye-catching.
they would.
Yeah, because geometric is something that we don't often have. But I mean, from this angle here, these look really coastal. I'm just thinking seaside vibes completely. That's what I love about this Denim Florals collection. Whichever way you put the fabrics together, you get a completely different vibe from them. So you'll have that coastal element. You'll have the warm, fuzzy peach element of hazy summer days. You've got the evening sort of sunsets and moonlight efforts coming through as well. It's just a stunning collection. Really love it.
The next item is your PDF option. This is new to me. Do you like a digital download?
Yes, I am a fan of digital downloads because I'm running out of room in my workroom, so I can't store everything. But it also means that wherever I am, I have access to my patterns.
Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. So if you're staying over family members or if you're...
Absolutely. And like this morning, we needed something. I said, oh yeah, I've got it on my phone. So I can instantly access everything.
Is there an expiry date? Do I need to download it or anything? Or, is it just there in my account?
I believe that as you purchase through Sewing Street, it comes through to you. You don't pay for postage and packaging. It's just the cost of the pattern, and it comes through into your account.
Oh, that's so
good. It
good.
won't be instant because this world is not instant. It's instant in as much as it will be today, but it won't be like the second you've hit purchase, it won't appear in your account.
But don't press it twice.
No, don't
just
think
press it
there's a
once
lag
and it
or
will.
it's delayed. But everything takes a while. Remember, and this is very crude, vintage way of looking at it. It's got to go from your button hitting through the internet to say, yes, you can release this, to come back to your account. So you've got to allow that lag.
Yeah.
But it is a very easy process.
Just click it. Once you've purchased, it will automatically then go through your Sewing Street account and it will appear. You see where that little person is? There. If you click that, then, as Susie said, it might not be completely instant, but it will take you through to your account and it will appear there once you've logged in, which I think is revolutionary. If you
is,
know
yeah.
I don't have the space to store all my patterns, or I want to be able to access it and I get mine all a little bit tatty, you can then come back to this in a year, doesn't expire, it will always be there, and you've got it there at £9.99. Loads of people opting for the PDF version today. You can print it off still if you want, but it's nice to know that you can work from your tablet and, you know, scroll along on your tablet or your computer or your phone and read them. What size inner cushion would I need?
I'm fairly certain I ordered a 30 by 60 centimetre filler, but it's a 15 by 24 inch cushion front, so that's what you'll need to do that.
Brilliant, thank you.
But I will double check when I can get to my phone. I will double check what the one I ordered, and the ones I ordered came in a pair anyway.
Right.
And they're fully washable. They came with all the right labels, so yeah. But they are readily available in High Street as well.
Nice. Right, what are you able to show us?
So once you've decided what fabrics you're going to have where, you're going to cut them all, and there is a cutting guide in here that refers to the coloured diagrams within the pattern, and I've colour coded it as well as labelled everything with an alphabet code, because I find that when I work with patterns myself, I find that an easy way to work, because I've got a visual as well as a reminder. I've also, so all your cutting is in that first section, but if you only want to make one of them, so say you only want to do what I've called the block barcode, which is the asymmetric one, I've told you which pieces you'll need, so you only need to cut those pieces. And likewise, if you're doing the shifting barcode, I have to be honest, I was struggling to name this, but it just reminded me of a barcode, but on the wonk, and apparently wonky barcode wasn't acceptable, so I called it these. Again, I've done the same for that, but I've told you which pieces you need to cut. So if you're only doing one of them, you're not going to have to cut everything in order to use them. For both of them, whichever you're creating, I would suggest that you have the diagram out in front of you, because there is a specific order to piecing it as well, which I'm going to go through now for the block one. The rest of the pattern tells you how to complete your cushion, so you can decide what sort of cushion you're going to be. Do you want me to
I'm going to put that over that side so you can see it.
so this is the one that I'm going to be demonstrating. And I'll just lay it there, if that's all right.
That's perfect.
I can borrow
You borrow one of these
pom-poms.
pom-poms, prop it
These
up.
are so cool.
I love them.
I know.
All the pom-poms are available
If I'm
underneath.
truly honest, it was when I was talking to my buyer and I saw those sat on the desk, I said, well, I'm sorry, I need those.
Yeah.
I don't care what we do, but I'm having those pom-poms. So you need to decide whether you're doing it as a double-sided with a pom-pom trim. But the second half of the pattern basically is a reference guide to how to make a cushion in several different formats. So that in itself is 4 pages of very useful information, I think. But it's what you create these how you want them to be. So let's have a look at how we put this one together. You are going to be pressing as you go, and I did best press all my fabrics before I started. So the first thing I'm going to do, I do label my clips, which is an option, or you can just put bits of post-it on it, write on the fabric with a fabric marker that's heat erasable, and then you know which piece is which. So we're going to use a 1/4 inch seam throughout, and I'm just going to piece these two together. And then I'm pressing my seams open, but it's up to you. I prefer to press open because then when I come to do the quilting, I know that everything is as flat as it can be, and I'll get a nice finish.
Suzie, I literally had never seen this iron until yesterday.
So cool, isn't it?
Isn't it?
So
gorgeous.
Cool. It's such a good weight. Some travel irons, when you pick them up, I call these travel irons because they are smaller irons.
Yeah.
But they're fab for little bits, but useless when you come to do a fat quarter even. This one actually is a good size, good weight, so you get a very good press straight away, whatever size fabric you've
Yeah.
got. Really good.
Have we got it today, Ben? Because I know this has been on so many people's Christmas wish list, and I was supposed to do it yesterday, and I literally did it for 10 seconds. So, yeah, if you can bring that lot, that would be amazing. Ben says we're not allowed to do it today, but you might get in trouble for doing it. Just do it. Go on. We're breaking the rules today.
Blame me.
We'll blame Susie. There you go.
Yeah, blame me. Why not? So I've done the same with the next two along, and then we can start to join these together. So you can either work your way and build up your block so that you've got everything coming together, but you'll see that as you lay them out, there's no seam matching to do. So with this next section, these bottom two have to be joined before I can join it to the top two because of the way the maths works. But because you've cut everything to size, and it's all straight line sewing, so if this is a first project, it's easy to cut because it's all half-inch or whole-inch increments. So it's perfect to use with any of your quilting rulers, any of your stripology family you can do the cuts with. But it also means that when you come to put it together, you're not panicking about getting perfect match seams because there aren't any to match.
Yeah, I love that. Yes.
I love, yes.
It's a project that you can really just enjoy a little bit of sewing. You know, sometimes you want to do patchwork, but you might not feel in the mood to start a big quilt of cutting loads and loads and loads. This is something you can just do.
Well, yeah, or
with ease.
On a practical level, you might have forgotten somebody off your Christmas list.
How are you getting on with your Christmas shopping? Well, you Christmas make most of your things.
Yeah, I do. I've got one thing left on my work table that I will finish this afternoon. And there's always stuff. I always finish, wrap everything, and then think, oh, I'll just make an extra so-and-so, and then I start making 9 of this and 10 of that. But yeah, there comes a point where I have to just say enough.
That's it, I'm done, yeah.
No, this afternoon is finishing that one and making all my tags. They're half made, but I want to make the rest of them.
You're so good. You are our inspiration.
Yeah, I just love doing it. I won't be, just to warn you family, I'm not going to be hand sewing any pine cones on my tags this year, which is what I have done in the past.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, I'm going for an easy tag option this year. But yeah. So again, with that last section, you're piecing together the bottom ones first, and then you're bringing in the top. So these projects are super quick to do. You could easily make both of these cushions in an afternoon.
Oh, see, that is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you could then change up your decor in your bedroom.
Yeah.
I mean, Kieran's ever so boring. He only likes, white bedding. So to then have lovely different cushions that you can accessorise your room and do a really lovely set of cushions for your bedroom or for your conservatory or your living room.
It's a quick design. I mean, if you wanted an extra festive pillow, just do it in your Christmas fabric.
Still time.
Yeah, absolutely. There's time.
Main graphic is for your cushion instructions, the physical option. There is also underneath, as remember, the button that says purchase if you want your PDF pattern, but this is the most popular way of getting it. I do like something about having a
I like a
pattern.
tangible thing in my hand.
Nice
also,
to be able to scribble on them.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You've got lots of spaces in here that you can add your own notes to.
Yeah.
So you can keep a diary almost of the ones you make and what you've used for what. So yeah, which is what I love. I mean, my recipe books are covered in post-it sticky notes with additions and add-ons.
Do you do the cooking on Christmas Day?
We're actually at my son's for Christmas Day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which is going to be lovely. Yeah, very nice.
And are you still doing your Advent window?
No, I haven't this year. There are handmade decorations hanging in my window, but the weather's just been so horrid. No one's out and about.
No.
I mean, it's even the school run people aren't out and about. They're all going in their cars. It's been a very sad winter. But no, I just put different hanging ornaments in my windows, and I've made some around the house as well. I've gone a bit mad.
That's so true. I actually did a drive-by of the Christmas lights
Yeah.
the other day. We'd all go and look at the Christmas
Yeah.
lights. I was like, right, get the car. We're going to
Yeah.
wind the window down for 1
Those-
second, get really wet, and then that's your lights done.
But there are some people have done some amazing displays.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were away for the weekend and driving home yesterday, in the blur of the spray and the horrid weather, it was amazing seeing some of them.
I
And
don't
really
understand
cheerful.
technology, this, you know, how it's evolving. This one house on our estate has covered their whole house in LED lights, and it's like a light show.
Wow.
Across all of the, I still don't know how they do it. And they've got a big button, like I was going to say deal or no deal button, but they don't have a button on deal or no deal. But you know, like a big game show
Yes.
button, and you press it, and then it's got all the arrows that go up to this thing and says, look here, and then there's presents and stuff that
Wow.
appear in the windows. And I still don't know how they do it. It feels like, oh, it's LED lights, or programmed.
I mean,
But
that is serious planning going on there.
they also have a card machine they collect for charity, but they've got, like, next to the podium,
Yes.
a card machine as well. I mean, people go all out, don't they?
Yeah, no, but I think if you're going to that trouble to do that amazing display and then to give the benefit of it to
Yeah, I think it's
charity,
brilliant.
I think that's lovely, really lovely. So I'm just working my way along now because everything is now the same width.
Mm-hmm.
You can join everything without trouble. So, and again, as I said, there's no seam matching, so
Oh,
I'm literally
brilliant.
just clipping the edges together and sewing down them. Still a 1/4 inch seam.
That's why it's a brilliant
It's such a
beginner
great-
project,
yeah.
or a brilliant one for practicing quilting.
Yeah.
Obviously, like we say, there's a difference when you're doing the patchwork, and a lot of people who go on quilting workshops and classes and things, they are practicing their patchwork, but then when it gets to the actual quilting part of it, it's really daunting because you can
Yeah.
spend hours doing your patchwork, whereas within this, you can do as little or as much quilting as you want.
Absolutely. And I think if you've got somebody in the that you know who is just beginning their journey into quilting, would be a lovely pattern as a stocking stuffer.
Yeah.
What a horrible expression. To give them. Now, there is a seam match here. This is the one
Okay.
and only seam match in the pattern. And all you do, so there are several ways of doing this, and I'll show you all of them. If you roll your seam down as you go, you'll find they'll line up, and then you can just put your clip on. You've pressed your seams open so you can easily line up visually on the edge as well. That's another way, and then just put your clip on. If you get a pin, and I'm just going to move this mat in to demo this one. If you get a pin and you push it through the first seam, she says, if I put my glasses on, it would be even better, wouldn't it? And then you push through into the second seam and then stand the pin upright. The seams will naturally align,
Oh,
and they
lovely.
will be spot on when you
Oh, that's a really good
to
tip.
do it. But that's a good use of your wall pressing mat or your ironing board if it's a padded one. But if you've got one of the June Taylor cut and press mats, then that's perfect as well. So that's the only seam we've had to match so far, which is pretty good going,
Yeah.
really, isn't it?
I do really like the fact that they're big pieces.
Yeah.
You know, when you're cutting very small patchwork pieces and it's quite fiddly, whereas with this, they're great to show off some of your favourite fabrics, but also it does come together really, really quickly.
But as you said earlier, Vicki, you can always use the big pieces to put an applique on,
Yeah.
or a monogram.
Yeah.
You know, if you're doing it for somebody, if you're doing it as a wedding gift, for example, or a new home, you could put the date of the new home
Oh,
move,
lovely, good idea.
or their wedding, or their initials, anything like that. New baby,
Yeah.
as you said, you could put the baby's initials on there, birth date. But do all of that. If you're not hand doing it, please do that bit before you start doing the construction of the cushion, because you'll need that. I don't know why I've kept that there. Right, we've got one more piece to put on, and our front is done. So that's one done. And as I say, the cutting takes minutes, especially if you're using Stripology, because it is such an easy, they're easy cuts to do.
What stripologies do you have, Susie? I say stripologists as
I
a
have
plural,
them
I'm
all.
presuming here.
I have them all.
Do you? I know you are a huge champion
And I
of
do
creative grids, aren't you?
I do use them all. I don't just use one. I use the
Are
one.
you an
that is
ambassador?
specific.
Are you
I'm
paid by Creative
no,
Grid to
I'm
say
not.
that?
I'm not at all.
The reason I say that is because
Yeah.
nowadays, you know, if someone says, "Oh, I've got
Yeah.
this," I'm on the internet. I'm like, right, are you being paid to
No,
say that?
I'm
You are a
definitely not.
sewer and you're a fan of Creative
Yeah.
Grids.
No, I was given one by Sewing Street to demonstrate
Yeah.
when I first started. So that's over 4 years ago now, and I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
Raved over it, you know, and just loved them. And then I started to use their quilting rulers as well.
Yeah.
But the Stripology for me is my go-to for cutting because it's quick, easy, it's safe. So if you have got younger people starting out, or you're not good at cutting,
If you don't enjoy the cutting, this is going to speed it up a lot, but
Yeah.
also it makes it really, really accurate. This is the XL.
yeah,
You can tell me literally, when was the last time I saw the XL, Ben? You'll be able to see on the history. I have not seen the XL for ages
because we keep
and
running out.
ages. And this is the one that means you can cut the full width of fabric. The last time I saw the XL was September.
it also means you can
too.
place a fat quarter flat underneath it.
Yeah. I just want to show you, for anybody who, I know that a lot of people obviously may already got this on their wish list, their Christmas list. If you have not used the Stripology before, it's not just for strips, is it?
No.
I mean, obviously, from strips you can cut squares, triangles,
Hexagons.
diamonds, hexes, exactly.
Yeah.
And within there is an instruction manual, but there's also fabulous videos online, and this is tried and tested for years. They've also put together 2 of the most popular rulers in one with this one.
Yeah.
So not only is it the XL, you have also got the squaring up option
Yes.
with that turnaround feature.
Yeah.
So you've got squaring up. It is absolutely brilliant. And $69.99, I know, is an investment, but it really speeds up the time. I think somebody says, reduces your cutting time by 75%.
Absolutely. I could cut an entire quilt in less than half an hour using my Stripology.
Time is money. I mean, time is so valuable,
precious.
isn't it? It's so valuable for us.
Yeah.
So to be able to have that extra sewing time or time to do whatever other things you need to do. You've got obviously all of your angles, your 45 degree, your 60 degree angle on there.
Yeah.
It's got really clear measurements. It's got the grooves, obviously, to keep your rotary cutter in line. Because I really struggled with cutting. When I very first started, I went to the classes at my quilting group in Warwick. I don't know whether I put too much pressure on, but I used to just go off piece all the time.
Well, we all naturally, whether you're left or right-handed, everybody has a natural sort of arc to their movement in their arm. And even if you've got a straight line in front of you, you are naturally going to veer one way or another. So quilting rulers are great if you get into the habit of guiding them. But with this, you have no option but for your rotary cutter to go through the groove and cut on that line that it says. What I will say is if you start cutting a project with a Stripology, continue with the Stripology. Don't mix and match between rulers.
Okay.
Because whilst an inch theoretically is an inch, you never know.
Okay.
You know, you have to allow for a plastic. But I will also say if you've never used a Stripology and you're gifted one and given one, or you buy yourself one, which I would definitely recommend, you will never, ever regret it.
No, you won't look back.
It's a phenomenal bit. The squaring up on the XL starts, I think, at 3.5.
Yeah, and it
but
goes up to 12. Is it
But
up
on
to
the
12.5?
Stripology squared, it starts at 2.5. So if you're looking for a 2.5 inch square up, then you'll want the stripology squared. But I think you can square in half and whole increments because you've got white squares and you've got black squares, because your ruler you can turn 180 degrees round. So it works for left and right-handed people as well. It's just a phenomenal bit of kit. It's an amazing bit of kit.
Honestly, it's very, very popular today. I think it's been on a lot of people's Christmas list, and I've not seen it for months. And then it was super, super limited. We've got literally one of the biggest quantities I've seen back in stock for ages. Victoria in Gloucestershire said, "Good morning, Vicky and Susie. I love the quilt behind Susie. It's coming up in 15 minutes." Isn't that one of the most amazing quilts?
It's beautiful.
Sorry, an hour and 15 minutes. You have to wait a bit longer. Sorry. We are going to give Susie a break at some point today. But yeah, that's coming up at 11. I say you're getting a break. You've got a full alteration service going on there, haven't you? With Ben bringing in his clothes. He says he's very appreciative.
I know. Yeah.
You can't work in the sewing industry without somebody bringing a pair of trousers and say, "Can you just turn these up for me, please?"
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
He
hasn't seen my invoice yet, though, but it's fine.
£69.99, loads of you making the most of the XL. Any questions that you have, we're not going to dwell on this because I've got loads to still show you, but if you've got any questions about any of the stripologies, please get them in today because we are happy to ask Susie.
Yeah.
Any questions you've got?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to demonstrate them and show you how to use them because they are just a brilliant thing. I mean, I cut my pieces for these two projects and the backings with my stripology, and I'd cut. So bear in mind I had to make a sample one, these sample ones, and cut all the pieces for my demo. I'd done the whole lot within 45 minutes.
Amazing. Yeah.
And that included pressing as well. And as most people know, I breast press everything to within an inch of its life. Yeah. So it takes a while. So yeah, they just make life easy, safe, which I think is important. And a great way of teaching other people who have never embarked on quilting or home decor, an easy way, and take that fear factor out. As you said, people get scared when you say you're cutting this. Everyone seems to shrink and go suddenly.
Well, it's daunting,
develop,
isn't it?
You know, a nervous twitch because you've said the word cut.
Especially when it's into Liberty fabric. It is daunting. You've just spent a lot of money on your Liberty fabrics. You don't want to mess it up. Absolutely. But you can rest assured that these are designed by quilters, invented by quilters for you. So you can, rest assured. And it always looks, when I first saw it, I thought, oh, it looks all very mathematic. Actually eliminates that for you.
Great, it is good, and it's got that code which I love. So you've got 1.5 inch markings. I think it's a square.
1.5 is the start. The 2.5 inches is the square. So you could literally just go. If I want to cut my own jelly rolls, I go square, cut, 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 and just follow the squares.
You haven't got to work it out. You haven't got to do 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10. You can exactly. You're just whizzing it through. So for your binding, because most of us cut through 2.5 inch binding. Sashing is often 1.5 inches, which is, again, it's all marked for you. You haven't got to keep working out the maths.
Lovely, brilliant, thank you. Sorry
No, it's all right. I've pressed it all now, so we're all finished. Do you want me to hold it up or flat?
Ollie, can we just show from whichever way is easiest
There
for
you go. So that's that colourway complete, and that's one I called the block barcode. But yeah, it really pops, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I really like it with the tan as well, actually. And you could do some really nice quilting, some of maybe of patterns on there.
Absolutely.
Couldn't you, on that plane?
There's some amazing pictograph stitches on the sewing machines. And you could run that to mirror this garland effect down the centre of the plane here, which would look phenomenal. Or with your leftover garland fabric, you could fussy cut the thinner one and put in an extra ribbon, applique stripe here, which would look really cool.
Yeah, amazing.
Or as we said, person's name, date, monogram, put your book here, anything. You could really go to town with it. But it's a really quick and easy way to showcase fabrics, add decor, different shape, much more supportive for you. So yeah.
Brilliant.
Awesome.
Have you got anything else to show us, or have you?
I haven't.
No, that's absolutely
but I
fine.
can do another thing with you if you know I can quickly.
No,
do
that's
something.
absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I've still got another kit that I wanted to show you as
Yeah.
well. Oh, sorry, I say that.
Have they all gone?
Yeah, there's one left in stock. That's what I meant by one other kit to show you.
Thank you.
It's this one with the blue solid. It is this one. This is the only way of getting this kit now. And if you do want the pattern, it's available. There's literally 8. There's literally 8 remaining. There's 26 of you who've got it in your basket. This one is going to look beautiful as well. All 5 fat quarters with your pattern, which you will use time and time and time again. It is a pattern that is going to come in so handy for lots of your scrap busting projects. Your instructions and 4 Liberty fat quarters in your rose and hubble solid as well. They're amazing. Now the pom-poms. Do you know the big ones by you there? How easy are they to? Any tips on
To adjust,
putting your?
to add in?
Yes.
Absolutely easy.
I've got these ones.
I've got some, I haven't got the big ones open, I've got the small ones open in the green room if Levi's able to go and get them, then I can show you on here
Nice.
how I do it.
Please, yeah, we've still got 10 minutes, we're fine.
Is he around?
Yeah, there you have got. He's jumping at the chance of right. There he is.
It's in the blue bag.
In the blue bag. So these large pom-poms are gorgeous. You're getting 10 metres. That's those ones there.
This one.
10 metres on the full bolt. You're not getting this. You get the whole reel of them.
You will. And they're really easy, fun to use, really easy to use. And you'll end up with odd bits that you have left over, but those you can save and sew them onto things to add detail. I mean, with these cushions, you could always hand sew an individual pom-pom just every so often on the cushion, just to give it a bit more detail, especially if it's for a younger person, because it makes it a bit more fun, doesn't it, rather than geometric. But these trims, another thing with these trims, if you don't want to use them on your cushions, these make brilliant bases as a pom-pom garland bunting at this time of year, because you then just add in like gonks or slipper detail. Thank you very much, Levi.
Yeah, good idea.
Anything like that, which is
they're so useful for your
I've
crafty
got
stash.
one hanging down our stairs that has got knitted jumpers on, you know, mini knitted jumpers, but with the pom-poms. It just
That's such a good idea. That is such a good idea. Round lampshade, the bottom of the lampshades or round cushions, they look brilliant. $39.99, and that is for 10 metres. We do have the smaller ones as well, so if you don't want to go so big with your pom-poms.
And the gold one we've got matches this set. So
that looks gorgeous, Suzie.
Really looks beautiful.
They're only $14.99 as well, and you get 11 metres. That's a very good price. So,
it is, yeah.
So do you? Oh, can you sew a row of those on the bottom of Ben's trousers, please, as well?
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
To be fair, they would look really cool on the bottom of like a kimono or.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wouldn't they? I love them. Kids' clothes as well, braiding around. And so they're on like a
wouldn't
little
put them around
braid.
your sleeve because it will drive you insane because they'll dip into everything, wouldn't they?
Yeah, true. I love them though. I love a
around,
pom-pom. I've got some gloves with pom-poms on.
Yeah.
They look really cute. Okay, so they've got this braid. How do I stitch this in?
What I do is decide where I want the seam to overlap because you're going to have to join it. And then I cut my trims, I cut a square edge and I fold it in on itself. So I've got a nice neat turn. Actually fold it upwards so it will end up inside. It'll make sense in a minute. And then let's say I'm going to start it here, just for whatever's sake. I then clip all the way around. Let me find these clips. Let's tip a load of these out. Oh, didn't need quite that many, but we'll go with that lot. So I'm going to start here, for example. And it doesn't really matter where you start, as long as you don't start on a corner. And then what you would do is place it, so my pom-poms are coming inboard, and I'm going to go all the way around, and then when you get to a corner...
Suzie, why are your clips labelled with letters on?
Because all my patterns, when I write them, I give every piece a letter code, so people know which it is. So I've got a set of red that are alphabetised, a set of green that are alphabetised, a set of pink that are alphabetised, and I've got numerical ones as well, because I'm sad. Let's be honest. But I love a bit of order.
We love organisation, Suzie.
But you could use a Sharpie to do that if you haven't got a label maker. But it's a really easy thing to do, really easy thing to do. When you get to a corner, when you stitch, you're going to be easing it round. So what I do is, as I get at this point, I am just going to sort of ease it round artificially. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because once you're stitching it, it'll be easier to do. It'll be easier to ease it. That's really bad English. But you can see, and keep the pom-pom trim on the bolt because it means you get no waste. And I'm just going to quickly go around this side because I want to show you how you join them up together.
Just whilst you're clipping them round, I'll show you the other colours.
Okay.
So that one is the one that Susie's working with, about to sell out. Very popular. We also have the creams, which are going to go with all of them. They look slightly yellow on screen and they're not. They're actually just lovely cream pom-poms.
Yeah, they are.
I might open the packet just so you can see, because they look more yellowy, don't they? And they're not.
No, they are the cream that I've used, I think. Oh no, they're a slightly. I would say they are what used to be called ivory.
Yeah, why is this? It looks like there's like a yellow light or something. I'm trying to shade them. Sorry, it's just our cameras compressing colours and lights and stuff. But trust us, they are a cream. They will go with all of them. And in fact, even if they are slightly, they might bring out the more mustard tones in some of them. £14.99 for 11 metres of pom-pom trim. You cannot go wrong. A must for your crafty stash.
Absolutely. Well, even if you're not using it to go around your cushions, they're just fun things
They
to
are.
have to
They
quickly
are.
decorate a room, wrap round just the edge of a cake stand. And
We said
just
about with cushions,
put double-sided tape on it just to hold it, just to add a bit of decoration.
Absolutely.
It would be amazing.
we said about with cushions that just be careful washing them. It says here,
Yeah.
look, obviously you can hand wash them.
Yeah, you can hand wash. What you can't do is throw it in your washing machine and run it at 60 degrees.
No.
Because it won't like it.
28mm pom-poms for just £14.99. And then we've also got the, I love this. Do we have any of these ones?
The navy. The navy is stunning.
If we're doing our indigo blue, we
Yeah.
could not leave out these amazing velvet navy blues.
Yeah, it goes so well with the dark tones, especially the tumbling blooms that's got that indigo background to it. Looks beautiful against that. And remember, you don't have to use it as a trim. You can cut the pom-poms off individually, so you don't have to sit for hours anymore making pom-poms.
Oh,
You
good
can just
idea.
individually cut the pom-poms.
£14.99 for your 11 metres.
But for a craft, say you're a scout group or you've got a craft club after schools or something, and you needed 43 pom-poms. You haven't got to make 43 pom-poms. They haven't got to make a pom-pom. You can just give them one, cut off your trim. It's just, and they don't unravel because of the way they're stitched, so they're fine. Right, so I've got to the end here. Sorry. I'm just going to grab my scissors. Make sure your scissors are good ones for this.
Oh, look no further. Do you need to borrow them?
I will borrow. Well,
They're not coming up.
show them first?
Well, they're coming up. They're coming up in the next hour.
Oh, right. So sneak preview here.
Yeah, we'll do
you
them
want
after the break.
A good pair of scissors and work out where they overlap. Your trim ends. And
They are amazing scissors, and they're going for the most ridiculous
ideally,
price.
you want to try and cut in between the middle of a pom-pom, like that. So that one I will snip off to there. So I've got a free pom-pom there. I think that's fine. Thank you. They are beautiful scissors, really nice to handle. I like those.
Thank you.
But you didn't see them yet.
No. Sorry, I just thought
Thank
I'd
you.
help you out there. Coming
So-
up in a minute.
What I've now got my end to overlap, and this time I'm going to make sure you haven't got a pom-pom on the end, but you want to turn that one underneath. So you've got one going upwards, one going underneath, and we're going to cross them over so that when you stitch that,
Sorry, can you just move your head back? Sorry,
yeah,
thank
when you stitch this and it's turned through, you don't see raw edges. They will be in against themselves. Now, when you stitch this, I would always recommend you baste stitch this into place before you do anything else, because it might shuffle. You could use your quilter's tape if you wanted, but I prefer to baste stitch. And what I do is I use the outside edge of a foot and just do a very tight 1/8 of an inch seam. So I've just caught the trim, and then when you come to put your envelope back or your second piece on, let's just grab a piece of fabric. So if this was my envelope back that I'm now putting on, that would then go right sides together. So imagine I have base stitched this. I would then clip that over the top and stitch at my 1/4 or 1/2 inch you can get away with this trim, because it's a wide trim. If you don't want to see any trim at all, do it at 1/2. If you want to see a slight edge, then you do it at 1/4. But as you do it, make sure the pom-pom stays well out of the way of your foot, because you don't want to capture your pom-poms in there. If you do, you'll have to give them a slight haircut to release them. But it's much easier to work with than you expect. It's not going to get caught under your foot because it's to the left of your foot.
Right.
You can always use your zipper foot if you wanted to, so you've got a very thin foot, so you've got even more leeway. But as long as you baste it in place first by whatever method you prefer, hand, machine, quilt tape, whatever you want to use, baste it first, then it's not moving around, and you can concentrate on making sure the pom-poms aren't captured.
Amazing. Don't worry about sewing it in place as we've run out of time, but thank you for explaining that,
That's
though,
all
because
right.
we never get the chance to get to that point, do we?
No.
Now, before we go to a break, I know Susie's really, really busy, but I just want to mention to you, Suzie, 'cause,
Yes.
we've got the XL
Yes.
has gone absolutely wild in the aisles. It's the biggest quantity I've seen in stock for a long time, so if you want it, today's the day to get it. But also flying out is the mini. Now, I've got the quarters mini coming up, and I really must stress, I remember when we first launched these extra rulers, and I thought, no, because everyone's already got this tripology, you can do all this. But actually, there is definitely a time and a place
Absolutely, there
that
is.
the smaller ones are very useful.
Especially when you're squaring up.
Okay.
So your half square triangles, for example, or just your blocks, your smaller blocks. It's also really useful if you are you've taken away a project, and literally all you've got to do is square off each individual element before you can sew it together. You haven't got to carry your XL with you.
A bit cumbersome for smaller blocks,
I think it squares off smaller than the XL as well. Goes down to 2.5 inches, I think.
Yes, it does.
It does. So it's a much handier size. It'll work on your cut and press mats easily, and those, the foldable mats we have that have got a sandpapery side and a press side. You can use them on those because they'll fit. But it gives you a close-up, sort of almost like zoomed in on the smaller sizing of the squares. You've got all of your 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch markings on there as well.
Yeah, amazing. So you 1/4 inch cuts, and you can just butt your fabric over to this section here.
Yeah.
Brilliant. There is full QR code video tutorials, but great for squaring up your half square and 1/4 square triangles. Just thought I'd let you know that is available underneath us on the web. Lots of you have already found it. It was selling on pre-order. After the break, we will do the scissors. They are super, super sharp. They're really good quality scissors, and we can do something really, really naughty on price. So stay tuned. This is going to be another fabulous, fabulous price. Thank you, Suzie.
Thank you very much.
I am so excited for this quilt launch.
I am. It's exciting.
I think actually it might be a Sewing Street first. This is a commissioned by Liberty quilt that is exclusive to us, isn't it?
Well, the kit itself is
Yeah.
exclusive.
How amazing is
yeah,
that?
the quilt was the one that Liberty chose to showcase the collection, and then the supplier has very kindly put together a quilt kit for you. to replicate it.
Looks
And to
amazing.
get your instructions. So.
There's so many people who I know have found that already. It's already at the price. You can start shopping for that if you want. Don't go anywhere though. Susie's back in and out with more of our denim florals. But don't go anywhere. We have got tools, discounts, stripologies, all sorts coming up right after this.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, welcome back. Hope you're having a lovely Monday morning, enjoying all your Liberty. Can I remind you, we are literally less than an hour away from the Liberty Quilt launch. It is beautiful. Honestly, the colours are amazing. Now, I thought, oh my word, this is quite daunting actually, but it's because of the stripe fabric that it is very, very clever placement of the fabric that it's giving you that, you know, big sashing. Look, it's just amazing. You've actually only got 2 blocks to that quilt. So it's really achievable. And the quilt kit has been put together. It was commissioned from Liberty, especially for us to be able to have this quilt kit. No, you can't get this quilt kit anywhere else. And that is why there are a lot of people who have already chosen to check out on it before we've even introduced it on screen. You can find it on our website underneath us at the moment, but we will be launching it officially on the show at 11 o'clock. Now, before then, we've got loads to bring you. And in fact, Suzie might even come back. She can't get enough. Whenever she's here, she's like, can I show this? Can I show this? Because honestly, she lives and breathes sewing and the products that I've never known anybody that is so enthused to be able to share such knowledge and passion. It's just amazing. Whenever Suzie is here, she just gives so much to us and our community. We love her. So she was like, let me know if you want me to come in and we can show more stripologies. And it's, the thing is, anything that we can use to elevate your crafting experience, whether it be with rulers that are going to cut down your time of cutting or just to help along with your hobby is exciting. Now, this hour, we have got some really cheeky little discounts as well, which I love. Because that's not what we're about. We're about offering you the support, the help, the tuition as well. But let's face it, we are also a shopping channel. So if we can offer you some amazing deals along the way, we absolutely will. Now, these are a deal. Earlier on this morning, Ben has bought in some trousers for Susie to turn up. And he grabbed these scissors and he used them to cut. And he was like, these are really good scissors. What are these? And I said, oh, they're the Mandala ones. And he went, no, they're not. They look like the Mandala ones that, and I don't know whether I should say that, but just to look at them, I honestly thought they were the scissors that were, 40, 50 pounds. Whereas actually, these are £24.99, which we thought absolutely brilliant. And the reason that, as I say, they were picked out was because Ben literally handed these to cut his trousers and thought that they were, they're suiting trousers. So they're heavy, they are heavy-duty fabric, like wool sort of fabric. So to be able to cut them, it was really impressive that it was so clean of a cut. As you can see here, just cutting through. I'm not cutting up somebody's patchwork, by the way. This is a printed panel. Don't panic. Imagine somebody spent all this time piecing and there I am cutting it. But just to see how clean the cut is. When you are buying your brand new Liberty bundle, when you are cutting, you do want to make sure you're making those lovely clean cuts. It is so important to have a good pair of fabric shears. They're really nice and weighted, not too heavy, but they're also really nice and sort of balanced. Can you see how this is literally flat here? So you don't cut up here, do we? We cut with your fabric laid out on the desk. You've got your fabric laid out, you've got your pattern pieces on top. When you're dressmaking, you're wanting to go around, you can literally have your scissors flat to your desk and you can cut round any of your patterns. I'm going through so many layers there. But let me flatten this out. So if you are literally got your fabric flat to the table, you can cut in straight lines very easily and very accurately. And it is super, super sharp. Now I'm looking at these. They are not micro-serrated. They're not serrated, so that means that you can put them in your scissor sharpener. You know the Fiskars one, you can put them in. At the price that we're going down to, we're not staying here, by the way, I would get a pair of these for your kitchen drawer, for your wrapping paper. Yeah, I'd get a pair of these for your paper. I'd get a pair of these for your best Liberty fabrics, as well as your wrapping paper. Honestly, it is that good. Normally, yeah. Are you ready? I promise, Ollie. Ollie's like, no. Wrapping paper. You can just buy, you know, your cheap run-of-the-mill scissors. Get a good pair of scissors, better than half price today. Unbelievably low. I have no idea how, I have no idea why, but we've seen these in the system. Ben used them to cut his trousers, and we've decided today, let's do something amazing for you in time for Christmas. If you want them, they come in the lovely little box as well. So you can wrap these up for Christmas for somebody. But as a crafter, you cannot go wrong with a fabulous pair of scissors, and you need multiple pairs of scissors. You never ask a crafter how many pairs of scissors they have. Now, I'm a left-hander. I'm not going to lie, I'm a left-hander. And these still are not difficult to cut with my right hand. Normally, I would be really struggling to hold them or to cut without slashing my fabric using my right hand. They're not left-handed scissors, they are right-handed scissors. But as a left-hander, I'm still okay using them, if I'm honest. Yeah, it's at this price. Oh, can you listen to this? Because I don't know whether you can hear. Let me try and see if you can hear the snip. Did you hear that? There's nothing better than a lovely, you know, sound of a good new pair of scissors when you're cutting through your designer fabric. You want it to be sharp to the point, right to the end. And if you're cutting into curves, if you're snipping your favourite fabrics, but see what I mean now? If you're thinking even for paper, for wrapping paper, for bacon, for any of your scissor needs, this is perfect. All crafters need a good pair of scissors. These are supposed to be $24.99 today. That's like a manager's special kind of discount, isn't it? I should not be saying that, but yeah, just grab that while you can. Better than an early bird special, better than half price. £9.99 for your heavy duty 8-inch shears. When do they turn from a scissor to a shear? Is it 7 inches? Because these are 8-inch shears. I think we're on the cusp. 8-inch and up, we're looking at shears. So these are classed as shears, but they're not overly weighty. They do have weight to them. They're lovely and balanced, but they're also super, super ergonomic to hold as well. They're flying out. They do come with a cover, protective cover on your scissors, and they also come in a lovely presentation box. So all that they need is a little ribbon. For any crafter, they are a great gift, and that's like a Secret Santa kind of price, isn't it? What's your budget on Secret Santa this year? Yeah, there you go, £10. £10. £9.99. Who have you got in Secret Santa? Oh, you've got a good Secret Santa. Who's got you in Secret Santa, do you know? I know, wait, you know when Secret Santa just doesn't become very secret at all? £9.99 for your shears. They are amazing value. Suzie used them earlier with the pom-pom trim. She loved them. Jenny, I know, but at those prices, these are the sewing scissors that you could put in. I would never, have these as my fabric scissors and then go and cut the bacon with them and then go and do the wrapping paper. Oh, no, 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 no. I would have a separate pair. At this price point, I would buy another pair that I then give to Kieran, my husband, and say, right, use them for what you want, but do not touch my fabric scissors. That's what I'd be saying, Jenny. No! Oh, okay, so you've bought a pair of scissors from here that you use for pizza, Ben, and he says, they're amazing, they cut your pizza really well. But then don't go and cut your Liberty with them. Obviously, No. We understand that. But we now know, as we're a bit of snobs now when it comes to scissors in any department of your home. But yeah, this is now an amazing price, isn't it? It's homeware kind of price. Even if you go to the Range or Dunelm or any of your stationery shops, if you pay £10 for a nice pair of scissors, are they going to be of this crafting quality, of this fabric quality? They're supposed to be £25, and you can sharpen these. You can sharpen them as well. Okay, shall we talk about discounts even more? We're going to do this later on. Please, please, please stay tuned because we dropped this to an early bird special price, hence why we're able to do it. Can we discount this? I didn't know that we could discount the hemline bobbin winder. Now, yesterday, I had the most amazing show with Dukey, and one of the most fabulous features of that Dukey was the fact that it had an independent bobbin winder, which is so useful. I know a lot of people use, different threads on bobbins, and if you're using the thread that you're using in the top of your machine and you have to literally unthread, you have to unthread your machine to then wind your bobbin up. Whereas with this is a totally portable, completely cordless, independent bobbin winder. Genius idea. Honestly, this is such a really, really useful thing to have in your workroom. Now, this is supposed to be £37.99. It's less than £20 today. That is so good. Now, it's so easy to set up. Levi set this up this morning. You got your spool here, and because it's got the antenna, it means that you could use larger spools if you want. So you could use the larger cones, any of your floss or anything like that, and then you literally thread it through the antenna. You go under this little loop here. There's arrows, so you don't need to remember this because there's arrows on the case itself. You go round here and literally pop your empty bobbin on. You've got 2 extra spools to rest your extra bobbins here. And then, look, we've charged this up. There is a cable that comes with it. You can also put batteries in it if you prefer. But you press that and you let it go. And you could literally walk away from this and leave it to wind at the perfect tension, at the perfect speed. And it stops when it is full. I mean, there you go. How amazing is that? Seconds, and that is a perfectly wound bobbin. We've had some great feedback on this, by the way. We've had a lot of people say that it's wound. It's actually wound better than other brands. On our website, the Simplicity one, which is lovely, has... So, as you can see, it's a more simple version. It's the Simplicity. It's the same price. This is the Hemline branded version, and it's £19.99. It's battery powered. It's got the USB port as well. I think it's USB. Is it C? That's a C. So it's a normal charger, but you do get the charging cable that comes with it. And look, this literally packs away as well. You pull the antenna off here and push that down. This then clips in. You can fit this into the little carry bar there. There's a clip to hold that in place. You can keep your bobbins on there if you want. You've got 2 extra bobbin spots, and it literally clips in as a little portable bobbin winder. So you could do it on the, on your lap at the sofa if you want to. You don't have to be at your sewing machine winding loads of bobbins, and you can continue to sew whilst you're doing it. This is an inexpensive feature that if you were to put it onto a sewing machine, it would be on a high-end machine. We had it on our Dukey machine yesterday that was over £1,000. This, I know, winds, because it does, just that as a purpose, it's going to do it very, very, very well as well. Under £40, it's supposed to be £37.99. Today it's £19.99. And it doesn't need to be just these 50 weight threads. You could do your floss. You could do, well, I say that, whatever you want to put on your bobbin. So bobbin fill or whatever thread it is that you're going to wind onto your bobbin, you'll be able to do here. And it will fit with any of your bobbins, whether it be your Dukey bobbins, your Elna bobbins, your Benina, your Brother bobbins, any of your different manufacturers it will work with. It's brilliant. We love that, and discounted today. Great gift idea for somebody. All of your instructions come in the box. Super simple though. Now, we have got a lovely bundle of snap fasteners and the tool to go with. Now, I know that a lot of people have had on their wish list the green machine. It's not in everybody's reach, or maybe you don't do enough to be able to justify to invest in a green machine. There are options. You can still have beautiful hardware on your projects by using a handheld tool and having the right snaps for it. So within here, you've got the tool that pierces the, I believe that pierces the fabric, or do you just make the hole yourself and then you press them in? You make the hole with an awl, and then you've got all of these different colours, 15 colours, 12 sets per colour, on your 12.5mm snaps. These are great for kids' clothes, baby makes, little aprons, poppers on bags, on straps, on little cutesy purses, with your Liberty. I mean, look, you've got all the colours that we were looking at with Liberty as well. In fact, I want to see what colours are underneath here. Let me get my scissors back. This is why, honestly. See, I shouldn't be doing this with my fabric scissors, I know, but because at £9.99, I'm just doing it. I've got my packaging scissors now sorted as well. Look at how easy that was to get into this. I'm going to be upgrading all my scissors around the house with those. They're such good value. Okay, now in here, you've got lovely clear ones. Oh, there's a handy little tape measure on the front of the box. There's a handy tape measure as well. Look, I'm going back in with my scissors again. Handy tape measure on the storage box. You get the storage tin. You then also have your clear, white, cream, purple, pink, red, green, yellow, turquoise. Lovely sort of mulled wine colour. You've got your Liberty blues, your denim blues. You've got gold, silver and black, and your pliers, your tool. And you don't need to be Popeye to be able to work these. You literally don't need too much strength within your hand to be able to just squeeze these together to clamp them in place. You get the all the different parts that you need. And the storage. That's a great price as well, isn't it? Another bundle. Another bundle. Now this is the chalk pen and the refill set. So I'm just going to put my finger over this because the picture and the packaging is always a little misleading, I feel, because you get the pen in this one, that's just a photograph. So with this, you get your refills for this pen. That's why we bundled them together. So you are getting the chalk pen, you're getting all the colours and extra erasers, plus the sharpener, and you're getting extra refills. This is your textile marker, high quality marking tool. Now, we did this back in August. So, you know where it says save £5? We're doing it again, save £5. There you go. Because it still said it in the graphic, only because we said it in the graphic. That was absolutely amazing. How much would you pay just for your pen? And what is brilliant about this is anybody who loves to use, well, Ben this morning was marking up his trousers with tailor's chalk. Thank you, Levi. If you mark up your dressmaking with tailor's chalk, you can't always get the most accurate line, can you? Whereas with these, you've got plenty of colours to be able to choose what colour you want with your fabric. But then look at how many different chalks you've got in here. You've got different thicknesses as well, so you can do finer lines if you want. You've got the thicker ones if you want to do larger lines. You've also got extra rubbers, little erasers in there, and they all come in the little storage tubs with your sharpener as well, so you can always make sure your chalk is really precise and sharp. Saving £5, only because it says it on the graphics have we had to honour it. It was months ago that we did that. Ben said I should not have been able to do that. I like these refill kits that you've got the different thicknesses, haven't you? So if you want to do some really accurate marking, you can do it. And if you think, oh, a bit nervous about using friction pen because they might leave a ghost line or something, then you can literally use a damp cloth to erase the markings. Well done, everyone. £10.98. Thank you, Ben. £5 saving. How much are the refill kits normally? And I like the fact that they come in the nice little case. You've got 3.8mm refills and 2mm refills in there of all your different colours, extra erasers, your pencil sharpener and the tool itself. See, they're £8.99 normally. So you're getting your refills for £3.99. Is that right? Brilliant saving. £5 off. £5 off. Thank you, Levi. They are lovely. Okay, really affordable. There you go. If you go to our website, $8.99 just for the refills. For $10.98, you're paying for an extra £2, you're getting the refills. That's it. No, not an extra £10 bed, extra £2. You're getting the pen and the refills for an extra £2. That is amazing. Yeah, that's crazy. They're $8.99 anyway. $10.98, you get another tool and you get more refills. Crazy low. Crazy low. £5 off. Even if you're thinking, well, I've already got a chalk pen, get another one at that price. Another £2 for what you would pay just for this. You're getting all of this. Yes. Let me draw on some fabric to show you. I'm going to go for red. That's what's great, isn't it? You can choose which colour you want to mark. So when you were looking at your dressmaking yesterday, earlier on, Ben, look at how fine that draws as well. If you're doing a tailor's chalk, it would be a lot more messy than this, wouldn't it? And yet that is so controlled, so accurate. I'm going to do a noughts and crosses now. But that's the thicker chalk. I could do even finer, even more precise, even more accurate if I wanted, with so many different colours, with white, with pink, with blue, with yellow, with red, depending on which fabric you're using, I suppose, how you want to show it. I mean, you could start, if you're Suzie Duncan and you like organising, you could colour coordinate your marks. So if you are, I love how easy it is to interchange as well between, look, it's so quick and so easy. And look, you're just pressing the top and just feeding it in, making it as long or short as you want. And if it breaks, don't panic, you've got your sharpener as well. Oh, look, if it does that, don't panic. You've got loads of chalk included. But to do really fine lines as well. If you're doing markers, notches on dressmaking, if you just want to mark something on your pattern even, or on your dressmaking patterns, your templates, these are fabulous. And you're not getting mess all over your hands from traditional tailor chalk. It's not going all in your pencil case if you're on the move to a workshop or class. And can I remind you, this alone, your refill set without the pen, the refill set alone is $8.99 on our website. So for an extra $1.99, you're getting a gift for somebody, or you're getting another tool and a sharpener, and the refills, and the extra erasers. I mean, it's a lot for your money, isn't it? It is a lot for your money. £10.98 for both those, saving £5 today. And you're sorted then, aren't you, with your refill kits as well, if you're buying it for yourself. So many of these are in baskets. If you're watching on a replay, speak to the team, as it's only available until midnight tonight. And what were the 8th today, the 8th of December? Is it the 9th? Oh, I've got 2 advent calendars to open then, 2 doors to open on my advent calendar when I get home. I do have an advent calendar because I don't think the twins should be eating chocolate every day, so I share it with them. Okay. Eliso. I don't get an advent calendar normally, but I did actually get one this year. Now, this is the most fabulous mini iron. It is the Eliso. It's larger than other mini irons that we stock. It gets super, super hot. It works like, obviously, your domestic iron, but it is designed with quilters and dressmakers and sewers in mind. It has also got fabulous steam function, brilliant visibility as well, as it has an extra light on there as well. So you can get really into any of the nooks and crannies or open up seams perfectly. Do you know what else I love? If you're a left-hander and you get wrapped up in a cord when you're ironing, when you get this home and you're a left-hander, it will show you how to do it. You can literally change the cord. You won't want to keep doing it, obviously, but if you want to just do it the once when you get it home, change the cord over to that side if you're a left-hander. Which is brilliant. I think that's a really nice touch. It's got the water fountain as well. So this lifts up all the way like that. spill technology, and this lid actually snaps shut, so you can fill it with water, and it's got a huge water tank. For a mini iron, it is brilliant. You've got the steam on the side, and that's quite a handy button to access. You're not having to reposition your hand while you're sewing to just hit that steam button or to spray your water. But it is this really lovely sharp point of a tip that I think is super, super useful. And can you see there is also a bit of a gap between that plate and this section here, which allows you to get into so many other nooks and crannies if you're doing dressmaking. I'm thinking collars, thinking plackets, thinking in cuffs or collars, then that is going to be brilliant. If you are working with smaller pre-cuts or patchwork or a plique and you want to isolate a section, this is perfect. Now it's the Tula Pink version. Have a look at this. The Tula Pink Aliso Mini M3 Pro iron features the goldfish from Tula Pink's Besties range. Now this isn't a bit of a novelty, by the way. Tula Pink is one of the most respected designers in the biz. She's an American designer, one of our favorite designers, and it hasn't taken away from any of the quality of the original Aliso or the functionality. It is simply just a nod to one of our favorite designers, and it's really fun, let's face it. Ironing, pressing could be quite dull, could be quite boring, whereas this has a bit of fun and vibrancy into your workroom. I love the goldfish, and that's not going to scratch off. That's actually built into the onto the iron. So the Pro Light, you have got this patented LED light. So there is no other iron that features this light that makes it easy to work on intricate detail. Pressing, we all know, is a very, very important part of patchwork, of all sewing, in fact. So to be able to have that extra visibility is genius idea. Diamond ceramic flow sole plate, it glides effortlessly over the fabric. It is super, super smooth. It also provides that quick and easy cleanup if you're using interfacings, if you're using bonder webs, easy to clean. The 2-inch detail tip, perfect for seams, for bias tape, for tight corners. Press under and over pleats, pockets, cuffs, collars easily with that extra 2-inch tip. It also have lots of great safety features. So the Pro Auto Off gives you 30-minute on heel. So when it's on its heel, which is this, after 30 minutes, if you do not use it, it will turn off automatically. It's got a 10-minute horizontal standby convenience and 30-second safety shut-off if tipped over. It comes with the sole plate, I believe, doesn't it? It comes with the pink sole plate, which is over on Susie's desk still. But there you go, you can see it. And that has also got that silicone rest, which allows you to place it down flat when ironed and store it away safely with an integrated loop as well. So you can actually hang it up. That sole plate attaches to the base of your iron, so it means that you aren't having to keep lifting up your iron every time. That's what we love about the big Aliso iron, but because it has that sole plate, it's super easy to use. It's got a massive water tank, and it has got the comfortable precision handle as well. It's super ergonomic and easy to adjust your temperature control as well. It's on split pay today. It's still going to be with you in time for Christmas. This has been on a Christmas wish list. This will definitely be one of the last times that you see it on air before Christmas delivery. You know what I mean? It's Christmas delivery is a certainty. You're definitely going to get it in time for Christmas. That's it, guaranteed delivery. That's what I'm trying to say. And I love that the prints on the side are always slightly different, aren't they? It's brilliant. Did somebody ask about how to clip the cord off, Ben? How? So this actually all completely clips off this section, and then you clip it onto that other side as well. That's how you can make it left-handed as well. £22.99 or £49 on split pay. It comes with instructions, it comes with the box, it comes with the silicone sole plate as well, which you can store away and hang it up. Yeah, absolutely fabulous price, £89.99 for quality craft iron. 4-way split pay, brilliant, brilliant price. Okay, speaking of pressing, should we do the wool pressing mats? I love the wool pressing mats. Honestly, they are so versatile that you can take them around with you to your craft fairs, to your workshops and classes and things like that. If you're going to any retreats, they are really portable. They're lightweight, they're easy to store away. You're not having to lug out your big ironing board every time you're wanting to sew your favourite project. You can set up your station. And if you've got a mini iron, then this teams up perfectly. But there is also a lot more to it than just the fact that it's portable. The benefits of using a wool pressing mat when you are using heat allow you to press from this end and this end. It gives you the flattest seams going. If you want to have precision and super, super flat seams, this is the mat to be using. Unlike your traditional ironing board, it will, like a clapper does, it gives you the heat from both sides. It absorbs the heat and presses it back at your fabric, so it presses from both sides. It's really, really clever. It just makes everything just so accurate when you are doing patchwork, but I know a lot of dressmakers use wool pressing mats as well. It absorbs the heat and steam incredibly quick, and it's ever so thick. It is a thick pressing mat. The thick fabric can provide effective, safe protection for ironing work and hold your fabric in place, prevent stretching on your quilting and ironing projects. It says here as well, it can withstand heat of up to 230 degrees. It has a bit of a natural smell to it, as it is a wool, be aware, but it's also really nice just to be able to have your station set up. So you've got your sewing machine, your pressing mat, your iron, your cutting mat, all in one go. £24.99 for the larger one. Let me show you the two different sizes next to each other. So you've got the larger one and the smaller one. This is the square. £19.99 for the smaller square one. Again, really portable. If you're doing half square triangles, if you are literally pressing loads of half square triangles. I wonder what sort of pressing, you can see half square triangles, I believe, in the quilt coming up. We'll talk to Suzie about the two different blocks that we're going to be looking at in the Liberty quilt. But to be able to have your pressing mat, then this is going to be perfect for smaller piecing, isn't it? You don't always need your big ironing board. £19.99, always a great gift idea for somebody. Treat yourself. We spend all year, don't we? You know, especially this time of year, organising everybody else, sorting out presents, sorting out food, doing everything. This is your chance to treat yourself. Something for your workroom. Less than £20 as well. I remember when I launched, I think it was Mountain Mist, the brand, and you were looking at prices a lot higher than this, and this is still great quality, millwood quality, at a fabulous, fabulous price. So our early bird special today, the reason we did it as an early bird, I'm just going to let you into a little bit of a secret, is because this should not be discounted, and the only way that we can sort of write on our shift report, it was an early bird, and that is why we've discounted it. This should be £53.99. We cannot discount any other stripologies in our building. I've been very, very naughty asking it at this price again, but it seems to be turning into Liberty and Stripology Day today. What an amazing way of expanding maybe your creative grid stash, or you know, whichever way you're starting your stash with a smaller one or the larger one, and you're adding this to your collection. Get this ruler, because this is the only stripology that allows you to cut at every 1/8 of an inch. Yes, this is one of the most detailed stripology rulers. You have got every 1/2 inch increment and every 1/4 of an inch increment, every full inch increment is still there. So please don't think, well, how often do I cut 1/4 of an inch or 1/8 of an inch? Don't panic, because you've still also got every full inch increment and every 1/2 inch increment on this. Plus you've got your square up side, this side here. You've even got your extra line to the side of it, which is every 1/8 of an inch, but different to any other stripology ruler, This you can cut at every 1/4 of an inch increment. We have got 60 of these remaining. There were so many of you. We had 100 of these to start with, loads of these sold this morning. If you do want one of the stripologies at a discounted price, we don't discount creative grids. Susie's got the, which one have you got over there? Is that the squared?
I've got the squared, yes.
Susie's got the squared over there, but we can show you obviously the techniques of how all of the stripologies work. But yeah, don't miss the minis quarters because there are, that is an amazing deal. So what do you love about stripologies, Suzie?
So it's their ease of use, their safety aspect, the speed with which I can cut all my projects, and their accuracy. And
well, they are made by quilters, aren't they? And you can tell, they know
yes.
what we want. There's a difference when a product is developed by
a machine.
Yeah.
That doesn't actually use them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like having a real-time designer versus an AI designer. You know, an AI will be accurate and does the job, but won't actually know the little foibles and the extra bits, like the markings for the 1.5 inch cuts and the 2.5 inch cuts, which mean you haven't got to learn to cut, 1.5, 3, 4.5, 6, etc. You can just follow a square or follow a star. Which I always think is lovely when I'm following stars.
Do you know, I always presume everybody thinks, when you're talking about the XL ruler or the stripology squared, you're looking at your full widths of fabric often, or your big, cuts. But quite often, we're looking at our scraps as well.
Yes.
We're looking at what we have got already in our stash and how we can utilise those smaller pieces. I know, Suzie, you are so frugal. And if there is a small cut that you have got in your, your project, you say, I keep that for something. So to have the quarters, this is actually brilliant to use for those scraps, for those smaller cuts, the 5 inch charm squares. Are going to work really closely. You've also got this extra diagonal line here, which I love, because if you put your squares onto here and you cut through this 6 1/4 line, you can literally go straight through the centre and you know it's accurate every time.
Absolutely. The other thing with your quarters and your 1/8 measurements is a lot of the older quilt patterns were written with 7/8 of an inch or 1/4 of an inch.
Right.
Because whilst you think I'm frugal, they were even more frugal. So when they did a half square triangle, instead of, I tend to add an inch just for leeway, they would literally add 7/8 of an inch.
Right.
Well, measuring 7/8 of an inch is a tricky thing to do, but this allows you to do it accurately and evenly, constantly. So you're wasting just that little bit less fabric.
And look, you can do...
But the squaring off is... what I love, and it's portable. You don't need a massive space on your desk, because let's be honest, when we're sewing, whatever craft you do, whatever you do in life, you have a big desk like this and you always work in a square 6 inch, don't you? Because everything piles up round you. So having something, I can cut the initial bits with the big XL, because then I can cut across my lengths of fabric really quickly. But then when I start to sew the project together and the pieces are getting smaller, having the littlest rulers makes my cutting, squaring off, everything still as accurate, but much more user-friendly, because I'm not trying to manipulate something big for something tiny. Yeah. You're not trying to get a, massive... a mouse inside an elephant. You've got the right tool for the job, and it just makes life a lot easier. The other thing that I love about the rulers...
Thank you for coming on, by the way.
That's all right.
It's your hour to have your break and get ready.
Ben, I've done your trousers.
Did I tell you? There's no other guest that literally gets involved with us so much.
But the next demo might be longer than planned, because I haven't done much.
That's fine. That's fine.
So the other thing that I really love about the Creative Grids rulers, stripology and the standard quilting rulers, is that they have this drilled hole towards the top, which means I can hang them, because the last thing you need to use your rulers for is a coaster, because they are not coasters. But it means mine all hang underneath my work table, my cutting table. So they're hanging flat. and when I come to use them, I know they're right. You don't want to put them underneath your cutting mat and then lean on them because they'll all warp. Because these have got lots of slits, and whatever size they are, this is the case. If you start putting things either side of it, you're going to warp the bend, and so your accuracy will reduce.
Yeah, please look after them because you're investing. Let's face it, you are investing in them. But if you look after them and store them correctly, they will look after you through all of your... And stripologies, I think, actually, out of all the creative grid rulers, they are the ones that you will use all the time. All the time. They have the non-slip grip. There are other quilting rulers out there. There are big quilting American brands out there, but what I love, this is a UK-based company. They're actually based in Leicester.
They are.
And they have fabulous video tutorials. They have brilliant quilt designers that work with them. The reason they are called Creative Grid is because there's so much more that you can do with them. They want you to get creative.
Exactly.
They have that non-slip grip though, which a lot of other rulers don't have.
No,
you might have to add stickers or things to
which
hold
then
them in place.
instantly changes the accuracy because it doesn't matter how flat they are, you've raised the bed, so instantly you've got a variation in the accuracy. The non-slip grip is between every single slit as well, so whatever size you're using, it's held down and in place.
But you can still move it over your fabric. It's not sticky. It's not going to lose its stick.
But when you apply a downward pressure, when you're cutting, it holds its position. And it's not going to slide everywhere.
So these little grooves allow you to get your rotary cutter within. So you've got do you think with a smaller one you'd use a smaller rotary
so
cutter?
I tend to use my 45mm with this, whatever. If I'm cutting wadding, because I cut my wadding and my H640 with my stripologies as well, I use a 60mm.
Do you? Oh, that's good. I hadn't thought of that. And can I layer up fabric? Can I cut multiple layers?
So I personally don't go any more than a layer of 4.
Right.
Because however good the non-slip and the hold and the pressure and I am, after 4 you are going to get a slippage.
Right.
And it could only just be a thread slippage, but it's still a slippage. So I think 4 is my limit. Technically you could probably go up to 8, but I'm going to go with 4. With wadding and H640, any of your lofty fabrics, you don't want to go too many layers because you will get movement. But obviously with wadding and H640, you're not cutting accurate pieces unless you're doing a rag edge quilt, in which case they need to be a bit more accurate. The important thing with it is that you've got a cutting mat underneath, not your dining room table. You've got a sharp blade in your rotary cutter. So for every project, change your blade. It's not rocket science. If we sharpen our knives in the kitchen, or hope we do the same with your rotary cutter and your sewing machine needle while you're at it. Do all of that first thing in the morning. So once you've pressed your fabric as well, that's the other thing we're guilty of. We just grab the fabric out the box and don't press it. Always press before you start. And what I've done is I've folded, this is a width of fabric, so I've pressed it selvage edges together and I've folded it in half again. And the edge that I'm worried about is the double fold here, not the fold and selvage.
Okay.
So I'm concentrating on this edge here being straight. And I'm going to bring the stripology down. Now it doesn't matter where you position horizontally as long as it's horizontal. So I'm using the white line just between it's at the ½ inch mark actually, along that fold. And with regards to the 0 positioning, because we always cut a clean edge, I'm just making sure that all 4 layers of fabric are within that 0 line.
Right.
So I'm ready to cut my first clean edge, and either end of the stripology rulers are these teardrop shapes, and they're your entry points for your rulers, for your rotary cutters, because I'm losing words now. So the idea is that you slightly tilt your blade to enter them. Don't go down in vertically, because you'll end up nicking edges, and you'll ruin your blade as well as the edge of your ruler. So come in at a little angle. After you've done a few, it's second nature.
Yeah.
And you're going to hold down.
And you're just getting into that groove.
And you're getting into the groove.
And it means that your rotary cutter isn't going to wobble out of the way.
Absolutely.
Remember, the same applies with any of these Stripology rulers that you're getting. The main graphics at the moment is for the Quarters Mini, which is this one. But do we have any of the Stripology Squared, the bigger rulers? We'll have a look and see
the one
if we
on
do.
the end.
That's fine.
But the so then you want to make a cut. So if we're cutting binding, for example, we want a 2.5 inch, or your strips.
Jelly rolls.
Jelly rolls.
Cut
Make
your
your
own
own
jelly
jelly rolls.
There it is on screen.
I can count 2.5 because it is marked for me, or I can use this Clever Cut guide of following the squares. So I'll go in again at an angle, cut up. Just make sure your fingers are away from the track you're using.
Yes.
That's all you have to remember. And then when you've finished, move your ruler away, hold down your pieces, and you can...
Yes.
And then these I can subcut as well.
See, if you've got a quilting ruler, which we love as well, and I do think it's useful for lots of different projects to have a normal quilting ruler, obviously, but you would then have to move your ruler, maybe reposition your fabric. It's saving you so much time. And I just think you'll start looking at your stash, your fabrics that you already have so differently. I mean, look at how quick Suzie is doing this. Literally, cut, 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 all the way along. And you can cut those strips then into
2.5 inch squares.
So quickly.
Done.
So accurately.
So if you're doing, you know, your standard squares, whatever they're for, if you could then go on to do half square triangles with those, you know, you've got them all done, they're all accurate, they're all going to come together. I've done it really quickly, so off I go. Put one of my label clips on and I'm sorted.
It is really important, isn't it, to have accuracy in your cutting.
It is.
A lot of the time for you piecing to work. But so if you find that part of it quite daunting, I must say, the more people I speak to, that is the bit that nobody really particularly enjoys. Some people do. Some people, I know you.
I love it.
You enjoy the cutting.
I love it.
But this makes it more enjoyable because it takes the brain. You know.
And I found, so I've done a lot of workshops, and I found that people who are scared or struggle using a quilting ruler, the minute I show them the Stripology family, and they have a go, their world changes. Not only do they feel less scared about cutting, but they are more accurate with their cutting. They have straight edges, they don't have wibbly edges, and they aren't afraid to take on a project. That whole fear concept has gone. But remember that you can, so when you're squaring off, so I know I've cut a 2.5, let me just cut a big piece and then I'll show you how the squaring goes. And I know we haven't got a half square triangle. Sorry, I should have prepped one, shouldn't I?
This is, by the way, the ruler that Suzie's using in your main graphic. It's 50, sorry, it's not that one. It's the big one. It's the one that Suzie's using now. 52.99, we've swapped it round. That one's your 12.5 inch Stripology squared. There is the XL back in stock underneath us. There is the Stripology squared ruler, which is there. There is the mini ruler, which is selling very well underneath us as well. And the Quarters Mini. All of them are now listed underneath us at the best prices. Don't forget we've discounted the Quarters Mini, but they are amazing rulers. It just speeds it up.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just going to do a faux half square triangle just to show you how you can do that as well. Oh yeah, 'cause we've got the quilt coming up next. There's so many people waiting for the quilt. So imagine this is a half square triangle. It's not, but we'll imagine. So if I wanted to then square that down to 4.5 inches, say, I've got my 45-degree angles marked in the middle, which I can then position along my sewn seam, and I can make sure that the other 45s are going through that corner.
Oh yes, how good's that?
Yeah. So then when I come in to cut along this 45 at 4.5 inch, which is the square.
And there's a marking at the bottom that tells you.
Absolutely. I can just cut those two sides. Everything's static because I've best pressed it so much. and obviously mine aren't sewn, so it's not going to be super accurate. But I can then reposition again. This time, only the one on the sewn line will be in place because I've taken edges off, but I can still line up the bottom cut edge on the 4.5, and I can square off again. Hang on, bear with me a second, that's slipped. This is where I should have sewn it. There you go. Right, so now I can then come up again on that 4.5 to take off those last two sides. And obviously this is because I've chosen 4.5, but that's given me a 4.5 inch squared off.
Yeah, perfect each
With
time.
little
And quite
waist,
often the patterns do call for that. Now square it off of this and you think,
Yeah.
oh, but I've got my
Absolutely.
patchwork so perfectly. How do I make sure that's central? You can do it with all of these rulers.
Yeah.
They are brilliant. Thank you, Suzie.
Is that all right?
Yeah, it was amazing. Honestly, we love having you in for our creative grid shows because you genuinely champion.
Yeah, I'm not paid to say
Yeah.
that I love them, but I literally love them. Yeah, I mean, mine has been away for a weekend helping my daughter cut stuff. So
Amazing.
yeah, I do. I wouldn't use a product I didn't think worked. And I certainly wouldn't tell you guys about it and rave about it as much as I do if I didn't think it was good. It is amazing.
Brilliant.
You'll never regret that purchase.
Thank you so much. Right, are you ready? It is time. The most desirable, beautiful, I mean,
get all my stuff.
isn't it just amazing? That quilt that we've all been waiting for is coming up in literally 2 minutes. Do not go anywhere. 3 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, I've got to get out of the room.
Susie's got to go get her bits and come back to demo it for us. Do not go anywhere. Have a look on pre-order. Secure your place because it will be a sellout show. Without a shadow of a doubt, don't go anywhere. The quilt is coming up after this.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Oh my gosh, it is here. The time is now. Favourite quilt kit of the year. Favourite quilt of the year. As soon as Suzie unveiled this to us, all of us were in awe. We needed to do a huge video around this quilt, you know, that was promoted in the adverts, because it completely deserves it. Isn't it just beautiful? It's the fabrics. Obviously, the fabric launch has been today, the Denim Florals, and this design is perfect for this collection.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Graphics alive. There's so many of you have already got this on pre-order. And I know how many people have clicked on it already this morning. We have absolutely done everything we can on price. This has been commissioned from Liberty to put together this kit for us. This bundle is exclusive to us. You cannot get this quilt kit anywhere else. Ben is saying Sewing Street first. I absolutely love this. 2 blocks, advanced beginner. Grab this whilst you can, because there are now less than 50 quilt kits available. And honestly, this is going to be your Liberty heirloom quilt. I mean, how amazing is that? When we talk about quilting, I always think that they are aspirational pieces that I think stay in your family, like for generations.
Yeah, I mean, I think that all quilts have that element to them. They're heirloom pieces. But when you then start using an iconic fabric like Liberty, I think it definitely becomes heirloom. And you tend to make them for a special reason rather than just making a quilt.
This isn't, I'm making a quilt because this is, you have been waiting for that special quilt kit.
And for me, this particular collection, I would put wholehearted effort, not that I don't anyway, but particularly with the quilting aspect afterwards, you know, when you've pieced it, because this is an all year round quilt. I could have this out all year round and it would still work. It also would do for anybody, any age, for any occasion, because its design and the fabrics fit everybody. It's stunning. Love it.
It's the clever placement of the fabrics. I will show you the fabrics that you get, the kit that you get. You have your full pattern included, but just look at how much fabric you are going to get. It's all been folded beautifully, but you are getting oodles. You get enough for all of the top of your quilt, including your binding. This is the fabric used for the binding and those corner pieces. But then your borders, the stripe that is used for your borders is this one. And it looks absolutely amazing. The stripes are very clever because I said, oh, Suzie, this is an advanced one, isn't it? I'm going to have to be a very experienced piecer to be able to do all of this sashing and the central cornerstone pieces. But actually, because of the design of the fabric, that is very clever placement in the design of the fabric, isn't it, to create these effects?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, it's almost an illusion.
Now this is your topiary stripe. Anybody who missed the start of the show, all of the mega bundles sold out twice over. We know how much everybody loves the Denim Floral collection. This one is beautiful. Ollie just showed you on screen there. Look, this is a little bit about this particular print. It's a 1939 design that was originally a textile piece. It's an amazing multi-directional prints across the whole of the collection, which is fab for a quilt, isn't it? Because let's face it, you're going to be looking at it when you're on the sofa, whether you're snuggled under it on a bed, whether you're sitting on it. However you're sort of using this quilt, you're not going to lose any of those motifs. But this garland look creates such a focal part of this amazing quilt. So not only have you got it in the blue, you also have the pink in there. As well. It's absolutely gorgeous. So the pink runs through the centre, and then you also have the mustard. Now the mustard ones are made up of these beautiful ditzy prints. It's so clever, isn't it?
It is. It's a really well thought out layout. And don't be put off by thinking it's far too complex, because it's all broken down into tiny sections that are then brought together to make the two big blocks, which are then brought together to make the rows, and then you add in the sashing between as well. So it's broken down into very easy put together sections, which means you can break it down in your time frame as well. So you can do just a few elements each day, so you don't feel too overwhelmed by it, and you can because of the way it's written, you can structure your make in that way as well, so you're not going to lose touch with where you are and have to keep rethinking. It's a very lovely kit to put together.
Do you know what? This is a really nice pattern. Quite often when we do quilt kits, it is more concise. They are more concise instructions, whereas this, you are getting literally so many diagrams along the way. There's 37 of you have got this in your basket. If you want it, there are now less than 40 of these remaining in our company. That is it. Once these have gone, they're gone. And you've also got, by the way, outside of the Denim Florals, this beautiful fabric, which I know is one of your favourite Liberty fabrics, Suzie.
Emily Bell.
And this then creates the borders for one of your blocks and the echo of the star around your other block. It's not solid. When you see it from a distance, you don't quite see this sort of shadow effect of Emily Bell, but it's there, and that is adding texture, that is adding detail. And let's face it, when you're doing a Liberty quilt as opulent as this, you don't want to use solids. You want it all to be Liberty. So they've also included, I mean, not just a little bit of Emily Bell. Can I open this out? Because when you see all of these all folded up on my desk, it's quite deceiving. You are getting loads of fabric. That is a whole metre or so of this. It's brilliant. Now, because it's sashing in between, if you know the measurements, maybe if you've got Wendy Orlando's instructions, for example, could you do this potentially as quilt as you go?
Possibly.
It's okay if not.
Yeah, no, I
Wouldn't. No.
I would definitely be doing this as it's written. So you're breaking each block into sections. Even this is a block.
Right.
So I personally.
So it's not even
wouldn't
really
do it
sashing, is it?
No, it is an extra block that's used as sashing. It's so clever, so clever.
Still achievable size though for quilting.
Yeah, and it's a perfect size for a lap. I mean, some lap quilt projects I've seen are massive, and I think, crikey, how many people's laps are you filling there? But this would, you know, a two-seater settee with two of you sat on it, and you're sorted. This is definitely my dog size quilt, because he would definitely love to be snuggled under.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
You love your dog so much.
I do.
So
But he was no way going under the quilt. I'm just saying that now. Okay, he gets a tiny. He curls up too small anyway for this. But this, the other thing with this pattern, if you don't want to do the quilt because you don't have a need for a quilt, you don't want to do the quilt, what you can do is break these down. And each of these is the perfect size with this sash or, you know, block surround for a cushion. So you could make 9 cushions.
this is such a good point, yeah.
You don't have to make a quilt.
Yeah.
Or if you want a table runner or a wall hanging for that wall, that little bit of wall in your hall or your landing that you never know what to decorate it with, you could just make, you know, 3 of these together in a row and just do your sashing again, repeat at the top, and then build it out. And you've got a wall hanging or a table runner. You could do one of these as I mean, I think this would make a fantastic design for a Christmas table placement because it looks like a star.
Well, you're definitely going to use this pattern again, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely. This is definitely going in my use a lot list.
Yeah, I think this pattern is really, really useful, and it's such a good way of using and making those beautiful sashing, the stripes. It draws your eyes different places. We talked about the collection at the start at 8 o'clock and how special these prints are in particular. You've got the lovely combination of those mustards, those teals, those blues. But once again, for anybody who missed the start of the show, what is the Denim Florals collection sort of inspired by?
So, when Arthur Liberty set up the Liberty stores, what he became renowned for was this whole plethora of art and colour. And within haberdashery and dressmaking, what he did an amazing collaboration with a fantastic silk fabric dyer and printer at the time called Thomas Wardle. And they brought in silks from India, which Thomas Wardle then dyed, and initially using, you know, indigo dyes to do that, hence the blue tones. And that's when the Liberty store suddenly became this iconic, colourful store that everybody flocked to see creative design. And then as the designers within Liberty worked with colours and drew from the they were the beginnings of the archive. They drew these amazing artworks and watercolours, which now the fantastic design team at Liberty can have archived and use to bring us prints for the modern day. But they are iconic elements that the original teams put together as well, which for me, I love that nod back to history.
Yeah, yeah.
And this collection in particular really harps back to that initial beginning, that initial collaboration, because a lot of the print designs come from the initial designs that were set up with Thomas Wardle.
So that was way back in 1930s.
Which is hilarious. Well,
such fabulous history.
Mind-blowing, isn't it, really, when you
So
think about it?
when you get a quilt kit like this home, like you said, you are not just getting a quilt kit that you just fancy making a quilt today.
No.
Where do you get a quilt kit like this home, Suzie? What's the first things that you sort
So
of... do?
After my initial leap around the room, very
Yeah.
excited.
Pop the kettle on, have a cup of tea.
Exactly.
Read your instructions.
Make yourself drink of choice and sit and read it. And I don't mean you do yeah, that looks good. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I don't need to read that because that's all that. That's fine. I've done that, done that. I mean, sit down and read it. Actually take in what you're reading.
Yeah, because you
then-
are making a Liberty quilt
Yeah.
here. I mean,
And
this is
it
really
also-
special.
It's like learning to drive a car. If you know the fundamentals, the process becomes easier, less daunting, and you're not going to make mistakes. You're not going to cut something wrong. So once I've read it, the next thing I do is label and prepare my fabrics. So I match my fabric with the pattern and I label them, or I actually stack them in the order. I then would best press and press all my fabrics ready for cutting, and I will cut the fabrics in the order they tell me, and I will label it as I go, so that I've got everything lined up ready to go. And I tend to do all of that process in like the day before I'm going to tackle piecing or putting anything together, because I find that if I do that and then have a break, I'm ready then to flow into the pattern. It also gives you an opportunity, if there isn't a lot of leeway for change on this because of the way the kit has been cut, but if you wanted to swap fabrics where you've got the same fabric allowance, you have that opportunity if you know your pattern. If you've not read the pattern, you're not going to know what you can or cannot swap.
I think that it's been so cleverly
But yeah,
placed.
I wouldn't swap
Don't
anything.
swap any.
Yeah.
No, I really don't think you need to.
But it just allows for that, or for your thinking time.
yeah, you
So
understand it.
Cutting should be a process that doesn't, with stripology it's going to be quick, but do it accurately, because
Yeah.
if that's not done properly, the rest of it doesn't work.
Now, it is all labelled to the right
It is,
fabric.
correct.
You don't need to make yourself a key. It
No.
talks here literally about tumbling blooms in blue.
Yeah.
Tumbling blue, lily trail in slate blue.
Yeah.
You can find those on the salvages. A lot of them actually have the names, but you can always refer back to
Yes.
the website or Google, in fact, if in doubt, to get yourself familiar with which fabric is
Absolutely.
which.
And you've got colour pictures anyway on
Okay.
the front and within the pattern, so you can see what they're referencing. You haven't got to second guess anything.
Yeah.
So do all that. And then I would work into, so I would then say, right, I need 5 block ones, which is this one here. So I think, right, I'm going to organise my pieces and make 1 block 1, so I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I would do that, so then I got my head around that. As soon as I've done that and I'm happy with it, everything's an accurate 1/4 inch and it comes up as it should be. Now I'll make the other 4. And I'll do that with block 2 as well. But as I say, each of those blocks isn't just one process. With block 1, for example, that you're making 5 units, all different ones, before you even put that together. So it's a step-by-step process. It's almost like going up rungs of a ladder, and your prize at the top isn't a dusty loft to sort out. It's a block that's ready to piece with another block. And that's what I thought was very clever with this pattern. It breaks it down. So if you are a beginner, I know it does say advanced beginner,
It does.
doesn't it? And I think the reason they've said that is because you do have to pay attention to your piecing, so you get accurate piecing when you come to do your 9 patch, putting it together, and when you're putting these together.
Well, let's face it, this isn't probably going to be your first quilt kit that you ever
Well,
purchase. If you've
Probably would
bought,
have been mine, but
if you've bought a quilt kit
Yeah.
before and you've made a quilt and you're now
Yeah.
like, that's the one I want.
yeah.
Even if
You
you're
can
thinking
aspire.
as a new
Yeah.
quilter and you're getting this kit today, have a practice
Yeah.
with something, other fabrics even, to start yourself off.
Absolutely.
And then
Yeah.
do it in Liberty. You've got your pattern.
Yeah, well, I would always recommend doing a practice run in scraps anyway. It doesn't matter what scraps.
You can use
just
it as a
cut the
cushion front
pieces.
then.
Well, you can, or I keep them in in one of my quilt block keepers,
Yeah.
because then I've got a record of what I've done and how I've done it. I would always recommend doing that, but it's the piecing that makes this slightly above a beginner.
Yes.
Because you have got to watch, particularly with these points, that they all line up, because otherwise you'll lose the pattern. It won't be as, as perfect as it should be.
So which block which one are you going to do first? Is it the star block?
So this is your first one, these ones. And because there's 5 of them, you're only having to concentrate on those measurements. But it means that you can do all 5 of those and you're over halfway already.
Amazing.
It's like, yay, result. But the process within each block is not tricky. It just means you need to make sure you've got an accurate quarter of a seam, and you press and you methodically work. That's what I love about it. It's the methodical.
Are these flying geese units? No,
these aren't. These are. I'm sorry, I've just leapt ahead a bit just to save a bit of time. So I will go back to the beginning and start when you're ready.
Yeah, we are ready.
Oh, you are. We're all good. I'll stop waffling. Right. So I am literally going to make this as we go, because I could have done loads of prep in the green room, but I thought actually I want to be able to show you how easily you can put this together. So I have cut all my pieces and I have labelled them. And the first thing you're going to do is so easy. It takes all the worry out. You're going to take one of your squares and 2 of your pieces, and you're going to put a side piece on. And because these fabrics, the other thing with these fabrics, because there's no direction to the print, you haven't got to worry about, have I got the square the right way up? Is it? You can just go for it. So we're going to attach that one there.
Oh, and it's so beautifully, doesn't it?
It does.
Because of the Lazenby cotton,
yeah,
it's just press as a dream.
Really helps if you switch your iron on.
Press as a dream if your iron's on.
If your iron is on, and then it's even better. I press my seams open. It's up to you. You can press them to one side if you prefer. I just prefer to press open so that everything lays flat for later on when I'm quilting. But that's personal preference. And then this piece comes here. And these are these cornerstones we're creating.
Nice.
And again, because it's multi-directional fabric, I'm not having to think, oh, I need one at the top, one at the bottom, and this one needs that way round, that one needs to be that way round. You can make them all the same, which means you can chain piece. And by chain piece, that means I could sew all 5, well, it's 20 of these you need, because it's 5 blocks with 4 in each. You could do them all in one go, which would take no more than 10 minutes, probably.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, it's up to you how much of a production line you want to do with this. You could do, if you're a bit of a speedy sewer and like that sort of methodical way of sewing.
You need the present to I would never attempt to do this.
No.
In a day. You'd really be pushing it to do it in a day. But you need 4 of those. So I've done unit 1. So I'm well on the way. So therefore those are done. So I can put one those side. The next unit we're going to make are these elements here, which give me my arrow, which is quite exciting. So for each one of those, you're going to need your cream base. And there's 2 different ones we're going to do. I'm going to do one first because I've done some of those already and I'll get myself confused. It's very easily done if I do more than one. You need a little square and you need a medium-sized square. Sound like Goldilocks and 3 Bears. So you take your rectangle, and this is a very clever method for anything. Now I like to draw my sewing line. And I think if you're new to the task, I would definitely mark everything. So I'm using a friction pen, which I know we've had on the previous show, and I'm going to draw a diagonal line. And because it's multi-directional fabric, it doesn't matter which diagonal I do because it can go anywhere. So I'm going to do that on both of those. And I'm going to position right sides together. One's going to cut off the bottom left corner. That's the big one. And the little one will cut off the top right corner. So I'm going to stitch this one first. Now you can hold these in with pins if you want to, clips, whatever your choice. You could even use fabric glue pen if you wanted to, but I will wing it.
Just so you know, we are oversubscribed, double, triple it. I mean, loads and loads of you have got it in your basket, and we are approaching limited stock. We never had hundreds of these. You know, if we have a new William Morris quilt or something, we'll order hundreds of these. This is one of the most exclusive, limited edition quilt kits that is just beautiful.
It is, it's stunning.
Go for it. Honestly, take the plunge. What are you doing, Ben? 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 He's actually... Ben!
What's he done?
He's literally swearing in my ear. He's literally swearing in my... I don't actually know... We'll carry on.
I'll carry on.
Carry on.
So once you've sewn those, you want to trim back the seam allowance. So use your quilting ruler, the 1/4 inch line along that sewn seam, and cut off those corners. And this will just reduce the bulk when we press these out. Now when you're going to press these out, you're going to press up and over to the corner. Those bits you can discard. We're going to press these. So as you've seen with the heat erasable, as you apply heat, that pen disappears. And we're just gently going to ease that over and press that.
I have to address the elephant in the room. This is literally the biggest mistake I think Ben has ever made, and is taking another £20 off, and he was not supposed to. He put it in to work out Oops. If we could take £5 off, how much money would be lost if we took another £10 off? Because as I said, there's more people in baskets than we have got oversubscribed crazy amounts. Sorry, I've lost my words completely.
I should think Ben has.
Normally, if it were a crash, it had the line through. That is a complete mistake. Ben did not mean to do it, but we've got to honour it now. We have got to honour it now. If you want it, that is absolutely the no-brainer. Everyone is checked out. You're not getting it at 200, you're getting it at 1799. Ben!
There's over 10 metres of Liberty fabric.
Yes, over 10 metres of Liberty fabric. Just so you know, earlier on, we sold out 2 times over of our bundle that had, Ollie's literally now
Crying,
checking if Ben is genuinely okay, because that was honestly such a... If we were going to take that money off, I would have prepared you for that, and I would have said, look, we're going to do something, and I would have explained it. But, yeah, I was like, Ben, what are you doing? Because I saw something happening on the price. I honestly thought Ben's doing a little thing, and he's gone, well, actually, I'm going to do this. No, he's not. He's actually panicking really bad. If you want it, check out now. There are way more of you joining the line. Look at how much fabric you're getting, over 10 metres of Liberty fabric. If I'm being honest with you, he was toying with taking a £10 off. And that's why I said, look, we're over doubly subscribed, Ben. This is limited edition. We don't have hundreds. That was me telling you we do not need to take anything off that price. We've got 25 remaining in our company, and there are now over 40 of you, 41 of you who've got it in your basket. I can't believe it. It was going to sell out anyway. We're not even halfway through the show.
That is mad.
We're not even halfway through the show. We didn't even give it a chance. Ben, you absolute crazy.
You know what's done? It's because he had that coffee. He's gone, lost it.
Okay, over 10 metres. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ben. I am so sorry. He's literally having to take a minute. I know. Look, he's sorry. He's coming. He just needs to have a look at Sam Sabido's show, but he's literally going like this. I don't know what to do.
I'm seething.
Seething is the word. Seething.
There is literally steam coming out of his ears.
Oh my gosh.
Bless you.
Oh, I never get like this on air where I actually genuinely feel the tension and the nerves. Are you okay? Look, these things happen. It's live TV. You're making the most of saving £20. And look, £20 to you is a huge discount, but £20 on every single sale for us is losing us a lot of money.
I can't tell you exactly, but it is in the thousands.
Yeah, it's thousands of pounds difference, obviously. Okay, just go for it. We're carrying on with the demo and we're
Yes.
just carrying on.
We're
You
just
keep doing what you're doing
Keep
at home.
calm and carry on, isn't that the phrase?
What? Yes. Susie, what are you doing?
So what I am doing, apart from in recovery, so we've made 4 that end up looking like this, but we need to make the mirror image now. So you're using the same pieces, but this time the big square is going to cut the corner on the bottom left. So I'm just sewing those ones into place. And this is what chain piecing is, if anyone's unsure. It's where I just literally run one in after another and leave a couple of stitches between each one. And it saves a lot of thread if you can chain piece, because you're not cutting your thread each time. So now I would separate these out, and then I can put on my small squares. So this side, this time, I want them on the top left. So it's the reverse of the unit we've just made. So these are what they call the unit 5s. So we're doing unit 3. Sorry, we're whizzing through, and we're almost got all the elements for our first block 1, which is good.
So this is, don't be daunted by the look of the actual blocks themselves, because they are all broken down into
You
smaller.
can see how easily they come together as a block by breaking it down into these smaller units. Is he gone to lie down in a dark room?
Oh, do you know what I love? We are now making it accessible for so many people. Ben's really kicking himself in the gallery. And I just want to say, Ben, can we look at it at a different point? You have now opened up an opportunity to somebody who probably would never have even dreamed of owning and making a Liberty quilt. Like, let's spin it into a positive, because he's feeling really, really, really nervous about taking so much. He says he's now referring himself in the gallery as a vigilante.
Bless him.
The people's person. I bet, honestly, that is so far below our targets. We are given a price that this can go to, and Ben every now and then puts in the little margin calendar. You have to put the price in a little bit, and then it will tell you how low this is. And I don't know how you've managed to slip your finger on crashing it when it was,
but
unbelievable.
If you can get what I was thinking, this would make an absolutely beautiful quilt to gift to newlyweds or new home, new baby, because it's a lovely size as a play quilt, isn't it? They can then move on to their bed when they get older, and then as they get older still, it's a lap quilt. So it's a beautiful, through the generation, heirloom kit. I would definitely be looking to do that. Right, I'm going to press these, and then we can put together block 1. And if we've got time, which we have, hopefully, unless Ben has another meltdown.
They're now comparing times at work where things have gone horribly wrong.
Are we having a
bloopers
day? Bloopers day.
Yeah. I've got less than 15 left.
Gosh.
68's in baskets. I understand, look, it's a considered purchase, but it's not now. It's not when we're talking about a Liberty quilt of this level. I mean, it is over 10 metres of Liberty,
and it's
all Liberty fabric.
It is a big quilt, isn't it? I've forgotten the dimensions. It's 147 centimetres, which is not a small quilt, is it?
It says you're not making me feel better here, Susie.
I'm so sorry, Ben. You'll have a nice pair of trousers to wear in a minute when I press them. So we can put all these elements together to make our first block now. And this is where you've got this beautiful tumbling blooms centre point. And we're going to bring in our other units around it. And these almost look like heart units, I think, as well.
They do. Oh, honestly, you are going to use this pattern so much. Look, you can make little hearts.
Absolutely you can, especially if you pick up the right pieces, of course. I'll just keep picking up the wrong piece. There we go. And then that one comes there, that one goes there. It's like a little jigsaw, isn't it? So cool. So those will go there, and then those corner
nice.
pieces we did, they come in at this angle. But because we've got multi-directional fabrics, I'm not worried about how I'm putting it down because it doesn't matter.
No,
It'll all come together. The important thing is that now when we stitch, we are really careful about how we piece these.
Okay.
Because that will make this beautiful arrow shape. So this is where you want to take your time. And those are the pieces that I'm going to start with. So what I do, I'll hold this out, is line up those seams first and make sure that they've come together. And then I'll pop in a clip just to hold those in place so I know that they're coming together accurately. And I'll stitch that. Make sure the bottom ones line up. Whenever you're starting a quilt project like this, I would always make sure you know your 1/4 inches sound as well. So when I press these out, that's not bad actually. I'm happy with that. I can live with that. So I would then do the same for this one. And move on. One thing I do want to show you is how I fussy cut for these bits, if we've got time.
Oh yeah, oh I really hope we do because they look amazing.
Well, I wanted to show that because I don't want people to panic and think it's difficult. It's just another one of those things where you just need to take your time. And as we all know, I like to do everything at top speed. So if I can do it, anybody can. Do this one. And this one.
It's also on split pay, by the way. I hadn't mentioned earlier. It's 3-way split pay.
Just to make Ben feel even worse.
Yeah, sorry, Ben. That's why I was being quiet for a moment. I thought, I don't know how much I can keep going on about this. Bob ends of the government, but we can't not talk about this now because it's under £60 on split pay. I told you literally from 8 a.m. this morning, it's at its price. You can start shopping. If I'd have told you that it was going to 179.99, I think it literally would have sold out before even the show. It should never, ever be that low. Maybe your P&P off, maybe, and we would have done a whole song and dance about it if Ben was going to take a tenner off. And that was honestly where he was thinking of going. But there were so many people in baskets that we were like, oh, can we, don't we, what should we do? So we were upstairs, well, the team upstairs were discussing to see whether we were able to take it another £10 off. And then there's Ben. He literally, Ollie said, I looked over and he had his hands on his calculator. Don't understand how that happened. When I was saying, Ben, what are you doing?
Crazy.
Brilliant, though.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
We're not going to get the blame for it, Susie.
No, that's, you know, thank you, Ben, because it's the one thing that I cannot be blamed for. That's a first in my book. Good start to my week.
The single figures of the quilt kit. It will sell out today. It will not be coming back at 1799.
Well, I have to say that I'm pretty pleased with that piecing. They all look pretty good. So now what I would do is bring these rows together. Do you want me to carry on doing that? We have got time.
Yeah, we've got time.
So I'll finish this and then I'll show you how I cut these stripes. That's that one. And then these ones, make sure you've got them the right way round so that your star has the darker fabrics here. Don't go all out. I also tend to work with the busy side up, so most of my seams upwards. That's that one. And just watch that you've got your pieced edge the right way round as well. So that was row 1, so that now needs to come to here. But it hasn't taken us long. I know I'd cut the fabrics beforehand, but I hadn't done anything else, so it's not a difficult block to make. So you could easily do all your block 1s in a morning, and then you could do your block 2s in the afternoon, and then the next day you can start doing your the sashing pieces between and put it together. So within a week you could have the quilt made.
Oh, but enjoy the process as well.
Exactly, it won't be
It's
a
like
rush.
a book. You'd be sad when this comes, you know, when you've finished it.
Yeah,
You'd be like,
absolutely.
oh, I
Yeah.
love doing that. It's
Yeah.
lots of lovely, interesting bits to it.
Yeah,
But
that
then,
you will
yeah, if you do
use
wanna
time and time again. It's not a pattern that will be a one-off. You will want to do this.
Yeah. Be nice to do matching cushions.
Yeah, it would. I think so.
If you want any of the fabrics that, from this collection, they're all underneath us on the website as well. So we launched this whole range of Denim Floral earlier on at 8 o'clock this morning. So what is left of it, grab what you can, because you could make some lovely cushions as well with your pattern.
Right, so how are we doing? Oh, we're 1/4 to. So I would then press these, and then as you put this together, you'd then seam match at these points, and put those together.
That looks lovely.
So it does, doesn't it? It looks really pretty. But that, I mean, as a cushion, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? So let me show you fussy cutting a stripe, and then I can put those together.
So the pink ones, are they the striped fabrics that are used at all?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know, it's very cleverly put
It is. I
together.
can't quite see how they've done it, but you've got this one
will show
and you've
you.
got this one that are
So
used.
I'm going to grab
the
this.
topiary stripes, which are again the 1939 prints. They're absolutely beautiful. Just so you know, we are now approaching a sellout on this quilt kit. Lowest, I say lowest ever deal, lower than we could ever offer you ever again. If you want it, now is the chance to get it. It will sell out today. If you're watching on a replay, call the call centre, ask availability. You never know. There's enough fabric within this as well for you to fussy cut. They've been very generous with the amount of fabric that you get within here. I mean, you're looking at over 10 metres, over 10 metres of Liberty fabric within here, and your pattern. But when you're starting to look at these prints, they've actually given you more of them. Then you are human. The person who doesn't make mistakes never does anything. So please don't beat yourself up. For my Christmas present that says, there you go. You've opened up the doors to so many people.
What a lovely Christmas present.
Yes, treat yourself. We do so much for everybody else around this time of year, don't we? Yeah, he said, if it sells out, then I'm happy. We said at the start about the creative grids, and we're saying, look, we haven't got AI-generated producers. We've got real human beings. And today you've benefited from the fact that it's not just some graphics coming in by a computer. It is Ben who is putting in the prices, and you've benefited from that today.
Right, so what I want to show you is for the horizontal and the vertical sashing, we're going to call them, but they're blocks in their own right. So that's these pink ones and the mustard ones here. You're actually doing by combining 3 strips of fabric, all different sizes, measurements are in the kit. But if you want to, and it's not necessary, but to get this amazing look where it looks like it's a formal ribbon, you want to fussy cut your stripe, your topiary stripe fabrics. And then that's the order they get pieced together. So I'm going to show you how I achieved that, which hopefully will make it easier for everybody else to achieve as well. So I'm just going to put those back in the right clips, because otherwise when I come to piece it, I shall be what's what where. So all best pressure fabrics. Now the stripes run parallel to the selvage. So here's my selvage edge. The stripes are running parallel to that. So it's not width of fabric, it's length of fabric they're running. Don't assume that the selvage is straight.
Okay.
What you want to do is make sure your fabric has been pressed, because then you can cut it straight. And you can see that you decide which bit you want. So I decided I wanted one of the garland shapes. Now there's no point me getting my ruler and just lining up the mark and cutting, because you can see instantly I'm not going to get the same all the way down. So what I'm going to do is use the 1 1/4, 1 inch line, because I need a strip that is 2 inches wide. And I'm going to line the 1 inch down the centre, ignoring the horizontal being straight or not, because this is longer than I need. But I'm making sure that the 1 inch mark on my ruler runs through the design at exactly the same place, all the way through. So I've pinpointed a particular flower, and I'm making sure that everywhere that flower appears, my 1 inch line is lined on it. And then I can cut with my rotary cutter up the side, and that's given me that side of the cut. Just missed that edge there. Okay, I'm just going to take that off that way, it doesn't really matter for that one. So now I'll turn that round. Let's do it on a diagonal. I know this isn't how you usually use a map, but just for speed. So that's my straight edge. I want this at 2 inches, so now I'm running my 2 inch marking, still not using a horizontal mark at this point, to then cut to get an accurate fussy cut strip ready to do my binding.
Amazing.
So it's not difficult to do, you just have to be careful and just follow your eye. And then you're going to subcut that down to the length you need.
Right, and where is that sitting at the top of the bottom?
So this
that's this
So
part.
these are these.
Right.
Yeah. And remember, you've got two different sorts. Look, you've got a garlandy one with the flowers and a garlandy one that's mainly foliage. So you can mix and match them. You could have, like they have here, you've got one of each either side, or you could have all of your floral ones.
Right.
Just go with it. But or if you wanted, you could just have your thin ribbon ones as your feature.
Oh, no.
But that would be how you fussy cut to get those. And then you're just going to put them all together in that, or in the order that it says in the pattern, and you can see on the quilt, so that you've got one of your topiary stripes, one of your background blenders, your Emily Bell blender, then you've got another one of the feature fabrics, Emily Bell blender, topiary stripe, and when all those come together, it creates this unit here.
Yeah, like you say, that is a block in itself,
That's
isn't
a block,
it?
and that's what you're going to use to join your block 1 to your block 2, and to create your rows. And then your rows are joined with this sort of row where you've got the same thing but in the pink, with a snowballed square.
Right, so that's a square with
Square
with
with the squares, like we've just been doing,
yeah.
but you've got the same square off each corner, but not completely, to make it a
What shape is that?
a diamond. It's like, it is literally a snowballed square.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they shouldn't meet in the middle. If they do, you've cut it wrong.
Right.
Just be aware. And then once you've done all that, you're going to put a thin border, then
In
this
that lovely light
beautiful
blue.
topiary striped border, which again you can get, so it's fussy cut to be striped, and your cornerstones. And then you can choose your own backing. But I know you've got some glorious backing
do have Liberty
fabrics. I
backings.
believe you have this one.
We have a similar one. We have that one. That's the
it.
one, isn't it?
It is, yes.
We have the same
It's
backing bundle.
mainly has been used to back this one.
I think this is by the half metre.
Yeah.
This is Trailing Blossoms. Is that right?
Trailing blooms, is it?
Trailing.
Yeah.
Look, it's extra wide. How much of this
So
am I
it's
going to need, do you
108,
think?
So you will need 3 units, won't you? And you'll have loads left, but if you want to do it in one piece, you'll need the 3 units.
Oh, it's gorgeous. That's your trailing blossom in taupe, and that's the one that they use on the sample piece. Get yourself 3 units of that. It works really, really well. There is another one that I think again.
Yeah, that
do you
would
think
look
that would
great.
look
Yeah.
nice?
So
Have a
I'll
look
put it
against this one as well.
Yeah.
But this is the one that they use in the sample. Lots of people have been asking about what we would recommend to back it. What do you think? Maybe
Just about.
I think the other one works better, if I'm being
blues
brutal honest, this one.
Yeah, that for me would be my go-to.
Yeah, I love them all
yeah.
for different projects as well.
Yeah.
But if I'm giving you my recommendation, I'd back it with that.
And if you have bought any of the collection from the earlier hours, personally, what I would be doing is making another one like this and putting it down the centre of the back, so it's a double-sided quilt, and then having this trailing blooms, just buy 2 units and have them either side of that centre panel.
Yes.
That's what I would do because I like a double-sided quilt.
Everybody's buying this in 3, so I'm presuming you're going to back your quilt with it.
Yeah,
It is
definitely.
gorgeous.
But I mean, these extra wides are perfect for the majority of the Liberty collections because they use the same colour palettes.
Yes.
And
Brilliant.
they're good neutral tones, they're beautiful, but they're also fabulous for dressmaking.
Yeah, you've got the width. 108 inches wide or 274 centimetres wide. So if you do want to do dressmaking, we talked about this earlier, it's lovely for dressmaking. Don't think it's any lesser quality because it's called backing.
No,
you
but
know, it's actually, they don't call it backing with Liberty. It's just
extra
classed as
wide.
extra wide.
Yeah.
Because it's exactly the same
They are
quality cotton.
phenomenal for kimonos. I have several
Oh, Liberty kimonos.
Liberty
Wow.
kimonos that I've made, but they wash and wear really well, hang really well, but because they are quilting cotton, they can just be thrown in the sewing machine, thrown in the washing machine and washed as I need them to.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Right, everybody get this one. That's the one I like. Okay, now, there are others. Oh, in fact, what about this one? Would this work?
I would have said the next one.
The next blue?
Yeah, I think that
We're popping them up against them so you can see what you think.
This would give a lot brighter
Yeah,
effect.
nice.
And really picks out this indigo blue.
Nice.
Want me to hold the other ones up?
There are a few, here we go, there are a few different backing bundles available. Again, we'll run them through. This is the Malvern Field, Ben.
Yeah.
That's the blue that Suzie held up. Once again, 108 inches wide, 274 centimetres wide. It's 17.99.5 metre. You need 3 metres for your backing this quilt. You will have left over, but if you want it all in one continuous
Yes, you will have left over
piece.
because it's 108.
What about the one that Susie's holding?
So this is, I think,
I like that.
yeah, it's nice. It's more pink than the pink peach tone in
I do
it,
like that.
but the pink is within the small cosmos flower in this print. A
Yes,
spring bloom.
still tonally works. What's that one called, sorry? Is that Pansy?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the main graphic. Thank you, Suzie. If you want 3 units to back your quilt, or if you're thinking of another project, this is your chance to get your extra wide Liberties for $17.99. And then finally...
You've got Mamie Field. Is
Oh, I love
one.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mamie Field.
So that makes the grey come out in these prints and in this one. And then that's that one. You want that one?
Thank you. That's Mamie Field, $17.99.
And then you've got, I think this is Cosmos, isn't it? This is Malvern Field, but in the pinks and reds. That I'm not convinced on.
No, I wouldn't put that with this quilt, but with something else or
Yeah.
for dressmaking, it's still really beautiful, extra wide
That would
Liberties.
make a fabulous dress.
It
definitely.
would.
Yes.
Ben, how are we doing with the quilt kit? 3 left. Da, 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 da. It is your final call. 72 in baskets. Oh, no. 72 in baskets. If you want the last 3, check out during the break. Suzie Duncan. 2 left. 2 left. It's been an absolute pleasure.
No, thank you.
Are we
It's been
seeing you
such
before
fun.
Christmas?
No, I'm back on the 27th though.
Ooh!
So day after Boxing Day.
Lovely.
You're going to ask me what I'm doing, aren't you?
Uh,
Till I go upstairs, I have no idea what I'm doing because it's changed 5 times already in the last 2 weeks. So who knows? It's a mystery.
It'll be
It'll
fine.
exciting.
It'll be all
whatever.
right on the night.
Yeah. I'm not even going to hazard a guess because literally it
Could be
keeps
anything.
changing. But it'll be really good fun, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, have a lovely Christmas.
Yes, and you guys.
We'll see you after
I
Christmas.
think my
then.
house might be quieter than yours,
Oh
although
my
I have
gosh,
got
yes.
2 dogs.
Very busy for Christmas this year.
Yeah.
Very busy. But anyway, thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, everybody, on the quilt kit. What an amazing collection of denim florals. Enjoy. There are literally 2 left to be allocated. Again, they will go over the break. We've got Sam Sabido eagerly awaiting in the wings with another amazing launch. Stay exactly where you are. We've got lots to bring you with our gorgeous crochet projects from Sam after this.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back, Sam. It's so good to see you
Nice to be
again.
here. Thank you for having me.
And last time I was with you, you were showing us a new crochet stitch that you'd bought to Sewing Street.
We did the scarf and hat, didn't
We
we?
did?
Yeah.
And we're going to do another
new stitch today
stitch.
on a roll. Yeah.
This is brilliant.
Yeah.
I love this, by the way.
This is a cable crochet vest, I've called it. Not very exciting, but it says what it does.
You're all crochet, aren't you? You don't do knitting?
No, I just design
crochet.
crochet. I knit for a hobby, but
Right.
yeah, no.
But when you think of cable knit, you think of knitting,
Exactly.
don't you?
So this is really fun. It might be a technique you haven't seen before because it achieves something that looks like a knitted cable.
Yeah.
But it's done with crochet.
Amazing. Now we've got loads of beautiful colourways to show you as well, and the yarn that you've got has got almost like a tweedy
It has.
look to
yes,
it.
there's a slight, this one's called Bramble, this deep pinky purple, and you can see it's got sort of shades of pink and purple running through there. So
Yes.
it's lovely to work with.
In fact, should we start with this one? You're going to be demoing with it, but we've got all kits available. Now, each of the kits, you get 5 of the balls of yarn. And is that for any size?
Yes, so that caters up to a 53-inch
Okay.
chest for the finished size, which are roughly about a 2022
Yeah.
in UK sizing. So I'm wearing the one that's slightly smaller than that, and then we've got, when you can see it in a minute, the grey one behind me, which is in the biggest size.
And in
so,
this deep pink, I
Yeah.
love this
yeah, it's lovely,
colour.
that pink, really lovely.
And it does have multi-tonal
Yes.
flips to it. This one's called Bramble. You're getting
Yeah.
5 of the balls of yarn and your pattern. And as always with Sam's kits, anybody who's bought an Adventures in Crafting, you get such brilliant value for money.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to make yourself something to wear
Yeah.
for that price. And you'll see when I demonstrate it, it's quick, it's easy, it's fun.
Right.
It's not like with knitting, I haven't done cable knitting, so I don't know, let me know. But I think you use another little needle for it, so it gets a bit, it looks complicated to me.
So there's no
Anyway,
any
crochet,
extra tools or
no
anything
extra
like that?
tools, you do it with your crochet hook.
Brilliant. And
Yeah.
we're going to show that technique on air as many times as you want today. We're going to give you plenty of demonstration time. So any questions that you have as well for Sam, get them in. I'll show you the different colourways available. This one is that beautiful Bramble. Just so you know, there are less than 15 of those kits remaining. It's been flying out on pre-order all day. This is the one that's actually on the mannequin behind you, isn't it? Should we bring it in so we can see it in
It's really
real
nice,
action?
to see it close up, because then you can see the cable.
Yes. So clever, isn't it? And then is this a different
And then there's a
stitch
bit
again?
of ribbing around the bottom,
Yeah.
which I might get time to demo. I have demoed it before, though, so I can always find you a link to show you that later on if you message me or look it up on Facebook. But yeah,
It does look beautiful.
as you can see
doesn't
with
it?
that
Nice
close up
layering
there,
up.
that lovely cable.
Yes. Very clever.
Yeah,
And
it's really fun.
simple to do.
Yeah.
Stay tuned and we'll reveal all. Pick
Yes.
your colourway that you want first, though. So that is your Bramble
That's
colourway. You're getting
Bramble. I called it
500.
deep pink on the if you're looking at the product description.
Do you know with your acrylic yarn, are we okay to wash?
Yes, I mean this is really good
yarns?
because it's not loads of ends to sew in because you're just working the one colourway and it's worked bottom up in 2 panels. So what you do is you work 2 halves of it and you work from the bottom all the way up, over the shoulder and back down.
Okay.
So you make that one length.
Right.
And then you make a second one for the other side.
So there's not too much
So
sewing
there's
up
not
to
hardly
do.
any sewing. And then there's some small panels for the centre here.
Yeah.
Which are what makes it all stand upright, if you see what I mean. It makes it straight here. So you knit and it gives you the V-neck. So you make 2 big panels and then 2 tiny panels for the centre and then you assemble it. So you can play about with how deep you want your V-neck, for example. And you can play about with how long you want it. If you're making the largest size, you will need to follow the instructions, but if you're making any of the other sizes, you can make it longer if you like.
Right.
So the fashion at the moment is for things that sit just on your hips or slightly above. So
And it's nice
what
to
I've
hear. I
gone
mean,
with.
you've got like a denim dress on.
I'm wearing a
haven't you?
denim
And it
dress,
looks
yeah, you
great.
can't really
Let
see,
me, no,
but-
let me move this out of the way. Got your denim dress on and that layered up over the
there you go.
denim
So you
dress
can see
looks
it
brilliant.
underneath it there. So yeah.
We'll do the blue next. We can do the navy now because this is very, 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 very popular indeed. We've got 5 of the blue yarns and your pattern as well. What crochet hook do I need for this?
So for this one, now cable crochet stitch comes up quite tight, so we're actually going up a size. So if you normally use a 4mm with a double knit, 'cause it's a double knit yarn.
Yeah, that's what it recommends on the yarn often,
We're
isn't
actually
it?
going up one size, so it's a 5mm hook.
Okay.
So, and if you normally use a size, I have written this in the pattern, but if you normally think, oh, my tension's quite tight, I'll work the 5mm with double knit yarn, then you'll go up to a 6. So one of my sample makers, Julie, who made the silver one, she did do that because she normally goes up anyway.
Right.
But it's all explained in the pattern, so.
Brilliant. £28.99 full pattern, all of your instructions included in here. Do you work in UK terminology?
Yes, in UK terminology in my normal patterns.
Yeah. And is this not in the book, your garments
No,
book?
all my Sewing Street ones are designed exclusively for Sewing Street.
Oh my gosh, amazing.
Yeah, so the kit is an exclusive new one.
Oh, I love that. Exclusive, new and exclusive to us. If you love some Sabido's garment books, if you've loved the way that she works, this is a completely different one that's exclusive to us. And it is with that beautiful yarn that, again, has that lovely fleck of colour to it. This one's called Bluegrass.
Yeah, so it almost gives it a bit of movement. So it's obviously it's blue overall, but got bits of purple and green
Yeah, it looks
kind
so
of flecking
nice.
in there. So it's really fun to work with when you've got those slight, ever so slight flecks of
Multi-tone.
tones.
Multi-tones. That one's the navy blue. We will jump into a demo in a moment. We also have the silver, which is the one
Yes,
that's on,
that's
again, the mannequin
here.
behind. Just so you know, there's less than 20 of all of these remaining. So if there is a colourway that you want, don't miss it by waiting for the demo. Oh, this looks lovely as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, so this one's really lovely. So this is the larger size. It's just beautiful. It's got the lovely deep V on the neck, so you can wear it over a blouse, a shirt, a t-shirt.
I'm all about
long-sleeve
layering up
t-shirt,
at the minute.
I know, exactly.
Because we don't know what the
Over-neck.
weather, you know, you're going in
Yeah.
and out of the cold
Exactly.
into the warm. These are brilliant
And
for that.
I like having my arms free, and I'm just at that. I don't want to be too warm because I get hot.
Yeah.
And but I do want an extra layer. So I've been actually normally when I design something for Sewing Street, I don't wear it until after the show.
Yeah.
But I've been wearing this one. This
Yeah.
blue one is my version.
looks
So
really
I've been
nice.
wearing it loads. So I hope it's survived, but it has. And I'll just throw it in the washing machine when I get home.
Brilliant.
So that's what I was saying about the fact you're working with one colour. There's not many ends to sew in. It's an acrylic yarn. You can put it in the washing machine.
Would you then just, do you need to, is
I
this
would
a
give
term,
it a
block
bit of
it or
blocking
anything?
when you get it out, yeah. So, I mean, you can hand wash if you're not sure. If you're thinking, oh, I'm a bit nervous about the washing machine, you can hand wash it. But it should survive the washing machine, no problem. And then when you get it out, put it on a towel or just give it a gentle shape. It should just take its shape naturally anyway. So I have blocked this one. I know this has been beautifully blocked because Julie washed it and blocked it before I had it. But the next colourway that we haven't talked about yet, the natural, I haven't actually blocked yet. So you'll see how it looks before it's been blocked.
Now, this is enough to be able to do the size small to medium, which is around size 8 to 12. a medium to large, which is size 12 to 16, right up until an XL to 2XL, which is a size 18 to 22. You don't need to change kits, amend kits, or do anything. It's all within your pattern, and you have enough yarn to do the largest size in there. Step-by-step instructions of your exclusive crochet cable vest. And then our last colour is the natural. Now, this is really, really lovely. This is my colour palette as well. I think this is going to go with everything. I love that.
It's very wearable.
This one's called, let me see what they've called this one, Caramel. And it is a beautiful sort of taupe. I don't want to use the word beige because that sounds boring, doesn't it? But it is really, really lovely. And again, you're getting your pattern. In fact, let's bring that sample into the centre so we can have a see of that cable knit stitch, because it is so different to anything else that you've done, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. So it's and this is in the smallest size.
Obviously,
it's
you
nice
can
to
make it
see
any
it in
size you
different
want.
sizes. Exactly. Cropped because it's for my daughter. You'll see a photo of her on the website and on Facebook wearing it.
I was going to say, this is super cool.
It's very,
isn't it?
very cool.
Yeah.
And as with all my designs, quite often my research starts on the high street. It starts with me and Mum going shopping and us going, oh, I love that. And me going, well, I can make one of those.
Yeah.
So they are all in the shops at the moment, these tank tops. They're everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Just something you can throw on over the top of a dress or a roll neck or anything. But if you look, I mean, we like the supermarkets for the fashion.
Yeah.
The next time you're doing a supermarket shop, keep your eyes peeled, you'll see it. And this cable knit is really in fashion at the moment, although ours is crochet cable. But yeah, the effect is very much in fashion.
Now you're going to get, again, all 5 balls of yarn. So don't worry if you're thinking, oh, I don't want the crop version, or I want to make it for myself and I want a larger size. You've got all of the sizes available in your pattern. You don't need to choose now. You're getting all 5 balls of yarn. Here she is. Here's your daughter.
That's my daughter, Anna.
Oh, this looks amazing.
Yeah, she's 17, year 13 at school.
Oh, you just telling me you've got 4 children?
I know, yes. I shocked you, didn't I?
Well, I just take my hat
you've got
off
a lot of little children, that's why I was saying it. I was like,
I'm thinking, oh my gosh, could I try and get another one there? No. But you've got a bigger age gap, I suppose.
More of a spread.
Yeah.
20-year-old is the eldest, down to 13.
I still think, oh my gosh, you were in baby world or, you know,
So a lot
young
of the
children
years of
for a lot of
nappy
years.
changing.
Yes.
Yeah, you get all these little milestones. I was like, oh, no more nappies. Oh, no more potties. And no more buggies.
Yeah.
And now we're on, you know, oh, we can leave them at home if an evening and go for a drink. And so
although the challenges change, I suppose, there are still the challenges there.
True, definitely, yeah.
$28.99 for all 5 of these beautiful natural caramel colours. Now, for anyone who's thinking, right, I don't know whether this is for me yet, I need to see how achievable it is.
Yes.
If you've got something in your basket, get ready to check out once you've seen how simple this is, because it is achievable for any crochet,
It is
isn't it?
achievable, yeah. It really is. It's surprising. And, you know, quite often when it looks so complicated.
It does.
I'm shocked when I find out how easy it is. So I will demonstrate it. I'm not sure whether to go with the pink or the oatmeal.
The pink is the one that's on screen, so let's go
let's go with that. So I've done a little sample to show you what we're aiming for up close, and I'll show you how to get there. So in the pattern, you've got a little tension swatch that you can do. So when I mentioned earlier about which hook size to use, and if you're not sure, because, you know, often you think, well, I'm not sure if mine is comparable, you can do your little tension square and just check that it's the right size. So I'm going to demonstrate how to do the tension square, because it's also a really good way of showing quickly how to make it. So you're going to start with your slip knot. So do your slip knot however you do it. And you're going to do a chain for the tension square of 18. So if you are watching this and you've ordered the kit and you're thinking, oh, I don't know this technique, you can always have a little practice doing this tension that I'm just going to show you, this little swatch. So I'm just going to count because I lost.
Sorry, because you're talking.
Because I was talking. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So it will tell you, so as I say, this is for the tension swatch, but if you are starting out one of your panels, obviously in the pattern it will tell you how many to chain, and that will vary according to which size you're making. So you're then going to put a treble in the 4th chain from the hook. So again, it's UK terms. So here I have my loop on my hook. That's the 1st chain, the one that the yarn is coming out of. So skip 1, 2, 3 and find the 4th one along. And for your treble crochet, put yarn over, go under that top loop of that chain, hook onto the yarn and pull it back through, which gives you 3 loops on your hook, and then yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So it often, even these complicated looking stitches are made with trebles.
Right.
A lot of things, you know, every time I come on I demonstrate a treble because they're often used for
Well, there
I was
aren't
doing
that
trebles.
many stitches, are there? There's,
Exactly.
You single crochet, double crochet, treble
just
crochet.
yeah, and then it's a combination of
Yeah.
those stitches to achieve an effect. So then I'm just making 1 treble in every chain, no more skipping.
Okay.
Just 1 treble in every chain along. And I'll do that until I get to the end. So this first row is really straightforward.
Do you generally have a loose or
Fairly average.
Okay.
We were on a Zoom class the other day for that crochet along that I was selling the kit for on here. And there was about 20, 25 of us. And so for
Amazing.
that, the hook is a 4 mil. So we did a little, what's the word? Did a little hands up for what size of hook they were using to get the required tension. I would say about 3/4 were using the 4 mil, and then there was a handful. There's about 3 people that had to go down a size, and 1 or 2 that had to go up a size.
Right.
So it hits the average, but don't panic if you have to use a different hook size. Doesn't mean you're doing it wrong. It just means that your tension is different. So it's as long as, and it's very, very easy to make those adaptations of changing your hook.
but what does it mean if your tension is tighter or looser? Does it mean that it will be more gappy?
If you don't
more
make the
holy?
adjustment exactly, you'll use more yarn, it will turn out bigger, which is a problem with the garments, and it will be more gappy if it's bigger. If it's too tight, the opposite, it will end up smaller, which is again a problem with the garment.
Yeah.
You won't get the effect you want from it because it will be very dense with this one, for example. But it's so easily adjusted by just changing your hook size.
Right, amazing.
And you'll learn your own tension. So as I said, poor Julie's getting mentioned a lot today. Sorry, Julie, if you're watching. But Julie, who made the silver version, she knows whenever she does a pattern, she goes up a hook size. So she just knows that her natural tension is a bit tighter when she's working.
Right.
Okay, so I've done my little row of trebles, like so. Then I'm going to do a 1 chain and turn it. So turn it, I always say, I've got this little phrase, turn it like the page of a book. So your tail is here, and you're just literally turning it over. And then you're going to do a double crochet in every stitch along. So starting with that first one. So this very first stitch here, because that chain 1 isn't counting as a stitch, we have to work in that first one with double crochet stitches. Push your hook in, so no yarn over, hook through the stitch, yarn back through, gives me 2 loops, yarn over through them both. So 1 into each of those stitches along. So this is a double crochet. So actually we're working with just a handful of stitches that you've probably worked with before, but to achieve a different effect. And this is all in the pattern, but as I work along, as you come to the end of the row, you'll come to that 3 chain that you skipped last row, and you'll work a stitch in there. So with double crochets, you need to work into that, as you come along, you need to work into that 3rd of that 3 chain.
How many rows do you do before you start to see that cable?
Very few. It's, well, in the next row I'll start the cable.
Okay.
So here I am, I've come to that 3 chain that I skipped.
Yeah.
And I need to put a double crochet in there. So I'm just going to push my hook through that top chain, the 3rd one. So I'm not going under it, I'm going through it. Can you see I've gone underneath a strand of, I've gone under 2 strands and over 1. Pull the yarn back through, gives me 2 loops, yarn over through 2. And you've got your stitch count in your pattern, so you know you always want to keep it rectangular, keeping that same stitch count. So now I'm going to do a chain of 3, so alternating trebles and double crochet rows. So we're back onto trebles now.
Okay.
Turn it like the page of a book. And we're going to put 1 treble in each of the next 5 stitches. So this chain 3 is actually counting as a stitch. So with treble crochet, your turning chain does count as a stitch. So the first one you're working in is actually here. You don't need to make one in this very first stitch. So yarn over, and that's why you make one in each of the next 5. You want a total of 6 altogether. So I've got my chain 3 that counts as 1, and my next treble, so that's effectively 2.
Okay.
Yarn over into the next stitch. So you're making 5 trebles in a row, plus your chain 3, equals 6. So chain 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4. One more, 5. But I also count that chain 3 at the end, so we're working in a little row of 6. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now the fun starts. Now we'll do some cabling.
Right.
Okay, so for the cable, you're going to reach down 2 rows. You're not working in this double crochet row. You're going down below to the treble crochet row.
Is that the middle one?
So that is
These longer ones?
these longer ones
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And you're going to do a double treble. So yarn over twice for a double treble.
A double treble?
Double treble, so you
Okay.
might not have
This is-
encountered
no,
that
this is a
before.
new one to me.
So with a treble, it's yarn over once. For a double treble, yarn over twice.
Okay, and that's the only difference with the double treble is that you've got
Only
your yarn.
difference.
So don't be put
yeah.
off by the fact that
Don't
it's a
be
double
put
treble.
off, it's really
Just
easy.
yarn over again.
Now, yarn over twice.
Yeah.
Down here, find that next treble along. So don't worry, I've lost my yarn over twice, but I just want to show you where we're going. My next stitch would be here.
Yeah.
But we're jumping down a row, so it's here. It's the one under it, it's the treble.
Okay.
So I'm not working, I've gone all along here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, into the double crochets. But for the next bit, where I want to create the cable effect, I'm going to go around the post.
Right, so where your hook
treble.
is going under there.
It's going to go under here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, so yarn over twice, around the post. So it's called a front post double treble. Don't be put off by the long name. You're just going to, it's actually really easy. Under the post of the stitch. Not through anything, just under it. So it's really loose.
Yeah.
Hook onto the yarn and pull that back through and up a bit. And so you've gone under that post. The post is wanting to come with you,
Yeah.
don't worry about
Yeah.
that. You've got 4 loops on your hook.
Yeah.
Hook onto the yarn and come through 2, just like you would with a treble.
Yeah.
Then through 2, and then you've got one last 2 to come through. So that has gone all the way down there. It's creating that 3-dimensional
Okay,
look.
at the moment I'll be thinking, oh my gosh, I've gone wrong. But it's just the
It's meant to
process.
look like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's meant to look a little bit sort of knotty and poking forward.
Okay, and then where's my next one going into? How many do I count?
So we're
How
going
many
to do
posts?
4 of these in a row. So now you're going around the
That
next
one.
post.
Okay. So over twice
Over
again.
twice.
Double treble.
Under that next post.
Yeah. Round.
Pull it back through.
Once.
Gives you your 4. Yarn over through 2. Yarn over through 2. Yarn over through 2.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting it. Is everyone else? If I'm getting it, then you've got to be getting this at home.
And
Yeah.
then next one along, still on the treble row, and it says all of this in the pattern. Yarn over twice, under that post, pull back through, and then you've got 4 loops, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And once more, so you want to do 4 in a row, yarn over twice, next one. Hang on, that's it, pull back through, gives you 4, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And if I just lay that flat, you can see
Oh yes, it's
So
starting to come
fun.
together. So you do
Yeah.
that 4 times.
4 times.
By the way, you can be having a practice at this at home as well while you're waiting for kids to come back. as well.
absolutely. Do
Get
have a
attention squared down.
practice. You'll be surprised how easy it is. So behind here, there are 4 double crochets that I haven't worked. 1, 2, 3, 4. So for the next part, I want to make sure I'm going into the next one along. I don't want to work into them because they're the ones I leant over when I went to the row below. So for the next one, I'm putting a treble back in this double crochet row. So I'll just do 1 and then I'll show you. So can you see we're now back up on
Yeah.
working into
Yeah.
this double crochet row?
Yeah.
And you want 6 in a row, which will take you to the end. 1,
Right, this is a double crochet.
and we're making treble crochet stitches, but into
Okay, yeah, sorry.
double crochet row. So that's my third. So just yarn over once, I'm making a treble, into the stitch, pull back through, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2.
Yeah.
All the way along to the end. And that's 6 in a row. So that's your first part of your cable.
Right.
The next bit we do, really easy, chain 1, we're going to go back to double crochets, turn it over, so we're looking at the back, and put 1 double crochet in every stitch along, starting with the very first, because that's what you do when you work with double crochets. So no yarn over, into the stitch, pull through, yarn over through 2. And I'm going to do that all the way. So you whiz along here, so it soon becomes, it's a simple repeat, and once you've done it once or twice, you get it in your head and you just sit there in front of the telly doing it.
How big do you need to make your tension square to check your
I think I've said 10 rows,
Okay, cool.
so not far. So all the way along. I'm nearly there, 1 in there, and then when you get to the end, because the row before was trebles and we did that chain 3, remember that counts as a stitch, so you put a double crochet in the third of that 3 chain. And if you're not sure, you can just count your stitches and check you've got the right number. It should be 16 if you're doing the tension switch. Back to trebles, chain 3, turn it. Now we're looking back at our nice textured side again with the front post standing out. So the first thing you're going to do is your 5 trebles. You do that every time you do a treble row. And because it's trebles, you don't need to work in this first stitch because this chain 3 counts as that stitch. So 1 treble. So remember, trebles, yarn over once into the stitch, pull back through, gives you 3, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. All the way until you have done 5. So just keep checking. See, sometimes I find myself, I've gone along and I've done about 8. And I think, oh, come on, Sam, take some out. So just check every now and then, have a little count.
And it's easy to go back if you
It's very easy, very easy. You just take your hook out and pull that ball of yarn and out it comes.
Which is not easier than knitting. I feel like if you're doing knitting, you go rows and rows and rows and don't realise you've got a big hole.
It's terrifying. I've got no idea what to do with knitting when it's gone wrong. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 1 more post. So that's my 6 in a row, all of them working to the previous row, so they all sit where they should do. Now we're back to cabling. So we're back to double trebles and front posts. But with this one, we want to make that lovely twist. We want to make this effect.
Yes.
Okay, so it gets much easier because you've already got your very obvious place to work. It's around these posts that we stood out on the previous row. So we're actually going to skip the first 2 of them. 1, 2. We're skipping over those and we're going to do yarn over twice and into the next one, which is the 3rd one along.
Right.
Pull back through, gives you your 4. Yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So we've skipped these 2 and we've gone all the way over there and you can see how that twists it. And then 1 more. Yarn over twice. Can you see the next post sticking up?
Yeah.
My hook just wants to go under it. It's really easy.
It's easy to find. You're
Really
not trying
easy.
to
It's
separate
just
your
there,
yarn.
exactly. Pull the yarn back through, gives you your 4. Yarn over through 2. Yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. Then the only thing left to do is to deal with these skipped ones. So now I'm going to reach backwards and I'm going to go under that one first and work a front post double treble, and then the same with that one. So yarn over twice, find the first one that we skipped right back here, pull the yarn back through, gives you 4, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And then the next one that you skipped, which is here, we haven't worked around that one yet. Yarn over twice, around that next skipped one, pull back through, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So you can see you've got that twisted effect there. And now all I have to do is work my 6 trebles.
I'm just looking at yours and like trying to work out. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is on here. It's this bit.
Right. Yes.
See that?
Yes.
It's that bit where it's lying at an angle. It all just becomes part of the pattern in the end. That's why it's hard to see. So check I've got my 4 unworked. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 treble into each of the next 6. 1, 2, so just back to onto the normal row with the normal trebles. 5, and 1 more. And now, moving forward, you're just repeating what you've done. So you do, I can demonstrate if we've got time, but you do a row where you just do straight ones with no skipping. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you do a row where you do the twisted ones.
What we'll do is we'll show you the kits if that's okay, and then we'll come back to it. 'Cause hopefully we'll have enough time because we are halfway through the show and we've got so many kits that we just want to bring back. But we will come back to this. But yeah, that makes it so less. When you see this, especially as a crochet, you think, well, how on earth is that done? Were you the same when you look at crochet? You're like, right, trying to work out.
Definitely. Quite a lot of the time, you think, how have they created that stitch? And then break it down into little steps, and you realise it's actually using stitches I've used before. And it's really straightforward and creates just something that looks so technical.
It does. So, it's brilliant. Yeah. So all the kits available underneath us on the web. There is literally 5 left of the pink. There's the blue, the grey and the neutral, which is the one behind Sam. They're all listed underneath us, but they are limited. We'll come back to this before the end of the hour, but we also have some back in stocks. Now, as we are fast approaching Christmas, we have got the Little Stars Christmas Jumper crochet project in 4 colours. We've got the grey and black, we've got red, we've got blue, we've got green. This is the, which one do you want to do? This one here, please. Now, this is lovely, isn't it?
Christmas night, I call
Yes.
Yes, it is lovely.
Now, Christmas night, you've got also a bit of lurex in there. You've got a lovely bit of sparkle. Is that for your stars?
These little, these are little granny squares that have a star in the centre, which is made with a sparkle.
Can you see? It's got, I mean, it's difficult
hard
to see on
to
camera,
see,
but
you
it does.
can see up close. And then it's got the rest of the granny square worked in the different sort of ombre type shades growing outwards.
Oh, I love it.
So, yeah.
Now, this is a bit of a step on from the granny square that you may have done.
Traditional granny square. This is a really lovely next step. It's really fun, works up quickly. If you follow me on Facebook in my group, it's called Sam Sabido's Crochet Club.
Oh, brilliant.
Which is a group you need to join. But there's a lady shared that she had made, the whole family are wearing them basically. So she bought this kit last time it was on, the Christmas night one, and John Scott's great photos of him wearing it. In fact, there's photos of all of us wearing them somewhere.
Oh, is this the one with me modelling one? And everyone was ready.
Yeah.
They're saved
And
to the computer
Rebecca was
somewhere.
here then,
Yes.
so she put one on. Anyway, she'd bought the kit, she'd made it in the greys and black, and then she'd made another one in her own colourway because she had the pattern for herself, and another one for a daughter or a granddaughter, I can't remember.
Brilliant.
Amazing photos.
Yeah, I suppose once you've used your kit, you still got the pattern.
Yeah, use your
Do it
stash
in your
to
own
make them for the whole family.
$39.99, amazing price. And whether you're doing this now, whether you're doing it for next year, that is brilliant. We've got other colourways as well. We've got the blue. I do like the blue. Oh, the blue's on the mannequin behind. This is the one that Levi was modelling last time, I seem to recall.
I think so, yeah.
Love that. $39.99, and that is for everything that you need. For what size?
This one goes up, I think, a similar size to about a 54-inch chest. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So any size from extra small up to that.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And so they're made as granny squares, and then are they stitched together?
Then you stitch them together, or you crochet them together, actually, on the inside into rows. There's a little bit of shaping on the shoulder, which is really easy to do, which is what creates these stripes. That's quite a nice design feature. And then you put the neck, you assemble it all, so you end up with 4 panels, front, back, and 2 for the sleeves. Join them all together, and then put your neck and your sleeve cuff on.
They look gorgeous.
Yeah, really straightforward to make, really straightforward. We're talking a lot about how straightforward granny square garments are to make recently on my crochet along, because so many people have made granny square blankets, cushions, and have thought, well, I just can't make a garment. They're so easy. If you can do a blanket or a cushion, you can easily do a garment. And they're quicker.
Really?
Yeah, there's not so much to them.
Amazing. Look at Sam modelling this
there
one.
I am.
Love it, love it, love it. And that shaping on the shoulders, I actually really like that detail
Nice that,
as
isn't
well.
it? Yeah, I like that. Gives it a nice effect. Yeah.
I've got the red here. Is this,
Oh,
this
no,
is
that's
different to this one?
Oh, you have got that one over there.
Oh, right, okay.
So this is, I called this one festive, This is like your traditional Christmas colourway. So the other ones you can wear any time of year, really. But this one is, and the lady that made the sample for this one, lovely lady called Karen, she was wearing it at our crochet Christmas lunch the other day. It just looks amazing.
I mean, we all love a granny square. You created a whole book around granny square wardrobe, but this one doesn't feature in the granny square wardrobe
none of these
book.
Sewing Street designs are in that book. These are exclusive to Sewing Street, and the others are exclusive to the book. So yeah.
$39.99. Your pattern, all of there's the festive colourway, and like you said, it is absolute classic Christmas colours. And let's face it, these jumpers are ones that you bring out year after year after year, and they then hold loads of memories as well. That's what I love about Christmas jumpers or Christmas decorations.
Yeah.
I can imagine you wearing that year after year for your Christmas parties, Christmas Day, and they are really lovely quality yarns again that are washable.
Yeah, washable, all comfortable to wear, really lovely.
Brilliant. $39.99. That's for your Christmas traditional festive colourway. And then the one that I've got here, I actually think, you know, going into February, we're stacking these up.
Stack them up. Move those ones out of the way.
This one is your perfect for all year round. I don't think it necessarily screams Christmas, does it? It looks gorgeous with the pink and the reds. Still a little bit of sparkle in there, Sam.
You've got your white sparkle. Yeah.
Pattern included as well, everything you need to be able to create the jumper in any size. All your instructions are in the pattern for $39.99. Have a go. I know a lot of people who have made these already and love them. Do I still have time to make it for Christmas this year?
Yes, yeah. Well, it depends, you know, it always depends how much time you have on your hands to crochet. But if you can crochet an hour or two every evening, yes.
Brilliant.
Roughly, you know, if you can create that sort of time for yourself to crochet, then you can easily have it done by Christmas.
Oh, imagine. Or Twixmas.
Yes,
that bit, have it as your
absolutely.
Boxing Day jumper, have it as your New Year's Eve jumper.
Yeah, definitely.
$39.99. Is this your last show before Christmas with us?
Yes, it is.
This is it.
Yeah.
Make the most of it whilst you can. If you want gifts for crocheters, this would make a great
Absolutely.
gift for somebody under £40. The pattern and all the yarn they have, and then they've got the pattern to use it for whatever, you know, stash they have or the colourways.
Yeah.
What was that? Speaking of parties, the shawl. We've got a shawl. I'd never heard of a shawl before. Have you invented a shawl?
Up, yeah. So it's a cross between a shawl and a cowl, in my mind.
Ollie loves it when we mix garments together, don't you? It's your favourite thing. No, it's a cowl. A shawl. No, a scarf and a cowl. A shawl.
Yeah.
Love it. A cowl is like a little scarf.
It's like a scarf that kind of joins together so you wear it around your neck, but it doesn't have this lovely shape to it. So this has got the shape of a shawl, but it's just in one piece.
This is so nice. Oh,
it just
I've got it at festive party.
You've got it around the back. So lovely under a coat or a jacket, and it looks really smart.
But you're not too hot as well.
Exactly. It's not
so if you've got a big
much.
jumper on and you put a coat on, I feel like, you know, really like Michelin Man. Whereas this is going to keep you nice and warm, but it's nice and smart under a coat.
Exactly. You've got
That's
that
really
lovely
nice.
stitch,
Great design.
Really effective. Yeah.
And you've got these like lovely bubbles that you've created as well.
And the nice little pom-pom on the edging, which makes it really fun.
Now, this party colourway, we've got a photograph to show you what it looks like made up. There you go. It's got this beautiful green pom-pom trim along the bottom and the shaping around the neckline. And then you've also got your pink, purple, mustard and red in your DK yarn. What crochet hook am I using?
4mm, yes. Yeah, 4mm.
And your pattern for your shell. That's really different, isn't it?
It's really nice, isn't it? I think this time of year, under a coat on a walk, or I think if you're going to something quite smart as well, it would look nice.
Yeah.
Because then you can, if you've got a lovely dress on, you don't have to take it off, because it's not like you've got acres of shawl or scarf around you. You just wear it as a little statement as you go for a lunch or something.
Yeah, that is really nice. £24.99. Now, we've got the colours that are in the sample, which I love this palette.
Aren't they? Yeah.
It's called
really
Dusk.
wearable.
You've got clay,
Sort of
sage.
Autumny sunset, which is what I was aiming for with that. Yeah, it's really lovely.
Have you selected all? I bet it's so much fun selecting
It is.
out
I
the
love
colours.
choosing the colours, yeah.
What comes first? You picking the colours, or do you sort of sample and work out where they're going to be? Do you use
I
colours?
suppose I look for a theme. I quite often look for these ones because I was thinking about winter sort of times of the day. I looked at photographs actually, and this one's taken from a winter scene with the sunset in it. Pick out the colours from it.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I really like that one. Just so you know, there are now only 6 of those kits left for the dusk shawl. And then we've also got like a pink and grey. I love this one. Going into the new year, as you give it a colour.
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier on in the show, saying that, I don't know why all of us presume, winter clothes should be all dark.
I know,
we all as soon as your winter wardrobe comes out, we are all wearing blacks and, darker colours. This is such a beautiful colour palette.
Isn't it?
Still with your
Again,
greys.
very wearable. Yeah.
Very
lots.
wearable.
Yeah.
But where's this going to come into play? Is this going to be my main stripe?
If I remember correctly, it was one of these main stripes. So you've got your main colourway, your silver, your sort of grey there, will be for the neck, the puff stitches and the edging. And then the others are for the stripes as you go through it.
Ben, have you got a photo of this colourway?
Oh,
there it is.
Yeah, so it's one of the solid stripes. On my frosty lawn. And you can make the neck as tall as you like with whatever leftover yarn you have. So that one's quite a narrow neck, but this one's quite tall. So you can, and you can roll it over if you want to.
From dusk till dawn is the dawn colourway. And that's the last kit available in the shawl. We also have, I've got here, the Winter Garden Flower Patch Crochet Kit bag, which is this lovely bag here. Now, we've done a design here with shop bought, the handles that are pre-made, but also you could cover your own with the piping cord that you've included in the kit.
Yeah, so this has got all the fixings. It's got that, you've got a magnet to do it up with, you've got everything you need. This is again a colourway I did specially for Yarn Lane. And this
Are these granny squares?
Yeah, those are squares. There's 3 different flowers and a solid. And this was a crochet along I did. So if you buy this, you email me, you get. I think there's an access code in there in this envelope that comes in the pattern. It's a while back, so I'm just
racking your brain. You thought, actually, there is a link
and
for
there's
videos.
videos for every step of the pattern.
Fantastic.
So you can, if you're new to crochet, it's a nice one to start with because you learn such a lot as you go.
Brilliant.
And this was an exclusive colourway I did.
So if you get this colourway, if you get this kit, there'll be an email address within there. Send that email to Sam, then you'll send them a link to watch those videos.
Yes,
is that right?
Exactly. And that little bit of rope in there is because you can make your own handles if you want to. You crochet around it. Or you can buy handles, as in the sample. So the sample we've got here is obviously a different colourway.
Yeah, it's nice in the
Terry-Ann brought that
blues.
in for me to show. Yeah.
Thank you, Terry-Ann. Gorgeous. And I love, how do you do these over the top of your squares?
So no, they're all part of it.
Are they?
All of them are whole squares.
You're going to learn lots of different techniques with this one. It's a real skill builder.
Yeah, absolutely.
$26.99, and that's, remember, for the blue colourway. You get your pattern included or even your magnetic
You even
snap.
get a little magnetic snap to fasten it up, yeah.
Fabulous. $26.99, another lovely gift for somebody. And if you're thinking, hope they managed to do it, you know that there is a crochet along with all the videos as well to do it. That is fabulous. Now, we also have the cushion kits. Oh, I've spotted this.
On the shelf.
I love this.
This is Terry-Ann's as well, bless her. She brought me a whole bag of stuff because these are samples she's made for the show.
Oh, this is, I love, love, love this. Now, maybe you are already thinking, right, I've done all my Christmas bits. I'm now starting to crochet for January, for the spring.
Absolutely.
Love it. You are getting 2 different colourways. So we've got the Sunflower Crochet Kit, which is this one here. And within your kits, you've got everything that you need, all of your yarn to be able to create your cushion front.
Yes,
and back.
I think you also, I know you also get the cushions. There's the buttons, sorry, buttons.
Brilliant. Oh, yes, look. And you've sourced beautiful buttons.
Yeah, they're lovely,
for
aren't
us.
they? Yeah.
Plus, you're getting all of your instructions, all of the yarn that you need to create the whole cushion front and back for $24.99. This is, again, another lovely gift for somebody. If, like me, you're doing those last-minute bits of shopping, if you know anybody that loves to crochet, wants to crochet, we have a friend that wants to get into it, don't we? Is this achievable, or is this
very achievable. So you've got your 4 granny squares on the front here, but obviously they're sunflower shape, but they're really straightforward. And then it's just rows along the back to make your envelope backing. So, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
£24.99. And then we also have a similar look, but this time with the daisy
Yes, I haven't got the
centre.
sample with me, but hopefully as a photo. But yeah, so that's a similar look.
And they all come all in the lovely, all with the lovely drawstring bags as well. Everything that you need included with this colour. So this is going to be your main background colour. Is that
right.
dusty pink?
Yeah,
that one's called... Oh, what is this one called?
I can't remember what they call it.
Pearl.
Oh, pearl, yes. It's
Pearl.
lovely.
This is what it looks like made up. It looks gorgeous
Stunning,
with that pearl colour background. You've got the yellow for the centre of the daisies. Is it the same? It's a different, slightly different to the sunflower block, isn't it?
Yes, it is different. So the actual flower block itself, so if you wanted a matching set, you could get both, and you're learning new skills because the block itself is made differently, the square.
Oh, and that's really textural as well,
it's
isn't
lovely,
it?
isn't it? Yeah.
£24.99 for your crochet daisy cushion kit this time. And then you do also get the lovely little buttons on the back as well. That's a beautiful one. When did we do that? How long ago was that? That was a
couple of years, I think, maybe, yeah.
Grab what you can, because I know that you're always bringing new,
on to the next
inventing new.
thing, yeah.
So if we said, oh, Sam, we want more of those, then it's not as easy as just saying, you've moved on. So grab those whilst we have availability in stock. Thought those would be really lovely Christmas gift ideas for people as well. Right, what have you got over on your side?
These are little shawl, I called them a shawlette kit that I did.
Oh, these are beautiful.
So you've got, you get a narrow, what you end up making is a narrow shawl. It's really long, and then you've got the edging, which is in a floral shape, and some beads. So you've also got learning how to add your beads to your crochet. So, and the kits, it's a silk linen mix. So it's a beautiful yarn. It's called Finesse Silk, I think, if I remember correctly. Cotton silk, sorry, it says on there. So you've got the 4 different colourways.
Which one do you want to start with, Ben? Can we do the one that I've got this one? Well, it's similar to this one, isn't it? It's the most similar, I'd say. That's the one with the...
Yeah, it's slightly different. The
Palmer
sample's
violet
slightly
background.
different, but with the yellow in there. But
that is lovely. And like you said, this beautiful quality yarn that's used is super silky
lovely,
stuff.
isn't it? It's really lovely yarn. So you haven't got the green in the kit. That's something that was slightly different version of it, but you have got the beads, you've got pink beads with that, and you've got the yellow and the white for the daisy. So you do your yellow and white daisy, and then you edge it with the pink beads.
$29.99. Right, so this is what it's going to look like.
This is the one that it comes, that's on my jacket. So it's lovely over a denim jacket. So you work your long shawl part in your solid colourway, and that's just rows back and forth. And then you add your edging. So you've got your yellow centre and your white daisy, and then your final row you put a little bit of a few beads in there. So
gorgeous. $29.99. I do love it with the sort of half flowers peeking out.
Yeah, it's really lovely, that one. Really pretty and light to wear. So nice one for the spring if you want to start making it now. Lovely one for a gift.
Yes, gorgeous. And then you have this lovely tassel on the end as well of it. Yeah, as well.
It's pretty,
beautiful. $29.99 for that colourway. Is it easier if I go with codes for you then, Ben? This is GUS603, please. Pattern, blue beads this time.
So for this, when I did this range, all of the edgings varied. So again, they're all a bit different. So this, I think you've got Dahlia there. Yes, Dahlia. So you've got the pink for the main colour.
That's wisteria pink. How lovely is that?
And then you've got your green and your darker pink for the edging, and you've got little blue beads there that you put on when you do your final edging. So for every one of the shawlette kits, the edging is slightly different, so you do a different flower.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, so you get to see a different sort of floral edge to it.
$29.99, once again, exclusive to Sewing Street. The patterns are exclusive to us. If you want to grab this lovely kit today, just $29.99 for that wisteria Dahlia colourway, we called that one. That's for your shawlette. It's not quite a scarf, it's not quite a shawl.
Yes, but it's so long. If we just hold it up, you can see, you can really wrap it around your neck. So
it is
really long.
It's like a bunting there, isn't it? It is a really beautiful shawl. Now we also have The Sunny Days, this is HES638, please. And this one is your more neutral, dusky pink, soft pink.
Rose.
That rose, and then your ivories and cream. Oh,
Yeah,
see, that
there
looks
it
really
is.
nice. With denim again, it works
Yeah,
really
they all look
well.
really lovely over a denim jacket.
Under £30 for your rose Sunny Days. And what stitches are we doing within these?
It's half treble for the rose, going back and forth. So that builds really quickly. And then it's mainly trebles for the edging. So again, as we were saying earlier, it's just trebles used in a different way, shell stitch and different sort of techniques to achieve that look.
Brilliant. $29.99. And then the final kit colourway is this one, which is FRS 601. Within it, again, you get your beads, you get your pattern, 2 of the lilac, one of the deeper purple tulip, that one's called, and then the lovely cotton silk DK yarn in that pistachio sagey green. This one's called lavender.
This one's called lavender, yeah. So you've got a really nice ruffled edge to this one.
Oh yes, I love how they're all different.
They're all slightly different, yeah.
Edges. So if you are getting a couple of these kits, you're going to learn lots of, again, different techniques. Or if you bought some before, they do make really nice gifts for people as well.
Yeah.
Kits, like your kits as they are.
Yeah, a nice.
They make nice gifts for people, whether you're making it up or whether you're choosing to gift the kit. $29.99 for your shawlette in lavender. We also have a few minutes to just whiz through the let's do a recap. Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, no, you're going to whiz through the...
What was the shawl?
Oh, that was the shawl in a blue.
Shawl. Oh!
I just saw that there.
Sorry,
so that's
that.
like the one behind you, but in a blue colourway.
Oh, yes, that was our shawl, this one. In the blues. There you are. That's what it looks like made up. Beautiful with that bright green as well in there.
Yeah, really greens in that one.
Gorgeous, your deep navy blue, teals, different shades of greens and blues, £24.99 for your midnight colourway. Sorry, just wanted to make sure that we've got run through all of these graphics. Now, we've got literally 2
Okay,
minutes.
well, perhaps if I just explain rather than demo. So I'm going, for the next part, I've shown you everything you need to know, basically. So what you do next is you turn it over and you work double crochets all the way back along. And then the following row, you'll do these straight double trebles around the front post. But they will be working under the posts of these twisted double trebles. So work through them in the order that you come to them. So you'll do a front post double treble under this one, a front post double treble under the next. So just, although they're twisted, go through them in the order that you come to them. 3rd, 4th. So you'll do a row where you do straight posts, double trebles with no twists. Then do another row where you do your double crochets and work all the way back along, and then you do your twisted row again. And that's your repeat to get that cabling effect.
It is all in the pattern.
Just repeating what we've done.
Brilliant. It's all in the pattern, and watch back today's show as well, because there was lots of information at the start of the show, and yeah, you'll love that. What a great technique. Thank you ever so much.
You're welcome.
When are you back after Christmas?
In January, yeah,
Oh, have a
mid-January.
lovely
Thank you, and
Christmas.
you.
Happy New Year. I can't believe I'm
Thank
telling
you.
everyone
I
happy
know,
Christmas.
it's strange,
Happy New
isn't
Year.
it?
We've got a brilliant show tomorrow lined up for you. I believe John Scott is back in with you from 8 a.m. with fabulous new fabrics at 8 o'clock. Janet Clare with the Sail Away quilt at 9. It's going to be a fabulous day. Thank you all so much for your company today. I will see you next weekend. John will be with you at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Bye.